Well, good morning and welcome to Escape to Nature this Saturday, the 26th of November. And I'm hoping it is a good Saturday indeed for everyone that has tuned in, and of course for all the wildlife that we hope to bring to you today as well. But I'm Alex, and I'm coming to you right now from Okakuyo. We will also be in Mishatu and Djuma respectively. And joining us throughout the course of Escaping to Nature will be Ralph and Trishala and Morgan in Makala as well. So we hope to have an action-packed day. We already are off to quite a flyer. We were waiting for this giraffe to descend upon us now. We currently have some Namakwa sandgrass, some wildebeest off in the distance, and some zebra, as well as a springbuck that seems to be the closest to the water at the moment. But a very good start indeed. And it has been a very busy week here in Okakuyo. We've had some awesome sightings, lots of black rhino, a few sightings of eland, and last night a very big male lion. So who knows what the day has in store for us. Perhaps some elephant action. We did have quite a jam-packed day of zebra yesterday, so we will see how it all goes. But really, who can complain with the scenes that are in front of us right now? It does look like we're going to be fairly busy to kickstart anyway. So just taking in some audio, making sure we do know what is around. But it does look like it is a rather clear day today, and in saying that, it's time for us to check what the weather is doing in the various locations today. So it does seem like a few of the locations will be rather cloudy today. A lot of weather that is now starting to form, and of course here I'm sure there'll be some clouds that build up later on in the afternoon. But we do have a herd of impala just off of that first thicket on the left. It's almost like we need to take a wager as to who will be first at the water. I do think the springbok will probably be there first, then the impala and our giraffe, but that could all change. Also just here, all of those blacksmith lapwings that are around. There are a great number of them around the waterhole. In one screen the other day I was able to count 13, so there's definitely plus that around, and you'll even see them like a flock or a swarm of lapwings really. So let's just wait and see. So it does seem like our springbok are nearing the water's edge. The impala making a strong surge, and it seems that our giraffe has kind of parked its car at the moment. We'll just get all of that lovely audio from those Namakwa sandgrass. They really do have a very cool call. Obviously very active throughout the early mornings and then again in the evenings too. So that is generally when we do hear their audio and also see their shapes, but sometimes it's quite tough to make them out. A rather massive herd of impala coming down to us. It looks like there might even be a kudu. So as soon as someone does get down to the water, we'll of course get in and get a close perspective and make sure we know what is going on. And also just here an Egyptian goose. It looks like our impala is sneaking through for a win here. Let me just get a bit closer. It's always lovely when the sun is rising at the moment, and you do get these lovely silhouettes and reflections of the animals that are down in the earlier morning. Of course, it does change, and in the evening we get the sunset, but that does disrupt a bit of viewing every now and then, just because the glare can hit the camera straight on. So with clouds, it obviously helps, but let's just get a look at all of our impala. Really a fantastic herd that's joined us. Lovely to see big numbers of them. And we'll just see the odd springbok littered in amongst them. So the impala stole that. They were the winners of our morning's race to the waterhole. So it's a mixed herd, obviously, that is with us of the impala. Obviously, many eyes do help with regards to being aware and keeping aware of anything else that is going on. So, as I was saying, with this mixed herd, obviously as we do approach the lambing season up here in Okaukuejo, having all those extra eyes is a benefit. And of course, the testosterone levels of these rams is kind of lowered at the moment because they are out of the rut. You might see one or two of the youngsters, playing around and getting quite giddy, but nothing too serious. So quite a cool scene at the moment, just watching this giraffe and its reflection move off the surface of the dam here. Of course, getting ever so close to having a drink. So we're definitely waiting on that. Always quite cool just to take a moment and just appreciate what is unfolding, and just quite a beautiful scene, really. So I'm told that everyone that's tuned is keeping a track of our zebra numbers that are coming down. I'm grateful for that, because it might prove quite a task, especially if we have the same numbers that turned up yesterday. But it's quite a task when you're looking at different locations and then trying to keep track. So if you guys are keeping track, do keep us posted. It'll be interesting to see what the tally is at the end of the day. Lovely Gemsbok as well coming down. Trying to keep our giraffe in frame. I'm hoping that we will eventually have a drinking giraffe. So again, just hear that audio of the European beaters. Also a lovely call. I don't know what's spooking this giraffe really at the moment. So just waiting patiently on our giraffe at the moment, but it looks like the Gemsbok will be sneaking in front of it. There might be someone actually moving along the fence line, and that's probably what's keeping the giraffe away right now. So obviously always cautious when they arrive at water and when they leave too, when they are the most vulnerable once they are fully grown. So it does sound like a little bit of maintenance, and that is what's keeping everything just back at the moment. Which is not a bad thing, because we do just get to observe. And that Ching clearly just giving everyone a bit of a spook. It seems these Gemsbach have a little bit more courage. You'll be able to just hear this spur fowl. It seems that the giraffe is thirsty enough to join too, so we had our red-billed spur fowl just calling off, quite a raucous call. Like most spur fowls, it is always quite a raucous call that does go on. Very cool. So a little bit of patience being engaged here, and we should then get the spoils. Seems that bit of activity here is spooking the wildlife at the moment, so we're just going to have to just wait and be a bit more patient. It shouldn't take too long, and then we should be in with our eyes on the prize. I'm sure they'll just hang back a little bit, and that's exactly what we'll just have to do. Just hang back a tiny little second and just wait on them to pluck up their courage, and for anyone that is doing maintenance to leave. You can clearly just see a big truck going down the main road there. So that big noise, I think, would have spooked the animals. I think because of all that action, we're just going to have to wait. It was once busy, it's now empty. Everything just kind of hanging off. So they clearly are thirsty, and I'm pretty sure we'll get them here. There's a nice herd of wildebeest building as well. The giraffe is definitely watching the water. Again, you just hear those red-billed spurfowl. Seems everyone is kind of just holding back, so we're just going to have to sit here and wait for a second or two. Eventually they will pick up the courage, and whoever is busy will obviously cease, and the action will continue. So it's almost like a Mexican standoff at the moment. Very quiet. But fortunately we can see the animals. We're just waiting for them to get a bit closer. And obviously we can also get in closer and enjoy better views. But good just to keep some perspective on what is going on and who might be getting keen for a drink. So still just taking in bird calls and also just waiting on these animals here. You're clearly getting thirstier by the second, but I'm just waiting for their time to shine. Just taking in some of the bird audio. We've got a couple of European bee eaters. Those red-billed spurwing as well. Lots of the blacksmith lapwings, but again, I'm just holding off and waiting on the animals to eventually get down to the water. There is a bit of maintenance going on, so that is causing the delay, really. As I was saying earlier, Mexican standoff ensuing between us, the viewers, and the animals coming down. But it's good to see that they are all around and congregating in their various little herds and pockets at the moment. I'm just going to scan around again, and then we can just wait on anything else that might transpire. Seems this is our best angle really at the moment, because everything kind of seems to be hanging off to the right hand side of us, effectively north, as we are facing in a westward direction, at least from here. So let's just wait and see. Hopefully things start to pick up now. So it does seem we're going to have to wait a little bit longer. Some of the maintenance and that obviously keeping everything back at the moment, but we will come back and enjoy in the splendor of all the animals that are here. But we are going to head across to Trishala and Morgan and see what splendor they have to show us this morning.
Welcome to Amakhala with Trishala and Morgan. As Alex said, we are looking at a huge moth caterpillar. Isn't it beautiful? And this is me, Trishala, with an ID book, trying desperately to figure out what caterpillar this is. Now we think that it is a moth. Also, I didn't introduce Morgan. Morgan, have you shown your thumb? There's Morgan. So when we do Escape to Nature, I really like to focus on some of the littler things because we have the time to, take it easy and obviously escape into nature. And this is such a fantastic find. And it's actually Morgan that picked it out as we were driving through. And it's huge. It's the size of my hand, if not a little longer. So it's at least I'd say about 15 centimeters. Oh, Morgan says he spots another one that we can see the underneath. Oh, there we go. Up here. So if you know what this is, please tell me, because at the moment we are at lappet moths. That's where we think we would be able to find the species, but at the moment that's as far as we've gotten. So you can see that it's obviously feeding on this acacia, Vachellia carew, no longer acacias. So it's feeding on the sweet thorn, and there's a whole lot of them all along the sweet thorn. Now if you have a look, this particular sweet thorn that this caterpillar that Morgan is showing you is on, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, there's about 7, 8 of them feeding on this one. And if you have a look at how many leaves are gone, this sweet thorn is looking very bare. And when caterpillars have a specific larval host, so a tree that is the host of the larval stage of a moth or a butterfly, collectively we call them lepidopterans, then they can really damage trees. So if we compare that tree that's bare with a whole lot of them on it to this tree that has the one, you can see that there's a huge difference in the amount of foliage. But this tree too, it's only a matter of time until others move onto this tree and just take over. So interestingly, was it yesterday? No, day before yesterday, we were talking a lot about insects and things like that. And we spoke about the chemical conversations that trees can have. One tree knows that it's getting eaten, so it sends out chemical messages to other trees saying, hey, send out your tannins because there's a wave of caterpillars coming through, or there's a wave of herbivores that are chomping on us, or beetles like we had the last time when we were at the jackal den. But with caterpillars, their stomach acids are actually not acidic. They're basic, they're alkaline, and they're really, really high alkalinity. So they're actually able to eat and process tannins much better than anything else. That's why they can just take over trees and eat so much foliage. But trees will recover. I mean, some don't. If they eat too much, then the tree won't be able to photosynthesize. But you can already see that they're moving from that tree over to this tree. So hopefully there'll still be some leaves left for the tree to photosynthesize and then recover. Oh my goodness. I'm going to jump back in the vehicle so I can see what you're seeing, because this one is starting to lift up its little head and show us its underside, and you can see its legs are actually a pink purple. But I'm just going to jump back in the car so I can point out things to you a little bit better. Let's see on the monitor. So have a look there. You can see that the legs are this, like a purple, fleshy purple color. Oh, look at it having a go. Oh, tasty, tasty, tasty. So we also spoke about how all insects have 6 legs, regardless of their stage. And the 6 legs that we can see now are this caterpillar's true legs. The other, so if you look at the bottom of your screen, there's a little, what looks like a little claw, black claw. That is one of the pseudopoda. Yes, that's the one there. So that's not a true leg. That's just like a little node of material that it uses to move itself along, but it's not a true leg. The true legs are at the top near the head, and there's 6 of them. So if you know what caterpillar this is, please let me know, because I would love to. I've asked another guide as well, we're not sure. So, and I've had a look through my book, and this particular description is not there. So I'm going to keep on, checking, because I'd love to know what species of moth this caterpillar is. It's black, it's got pinky legs, yellow mustardy hairs or golden hairs in tufts, and it's also got very fine yellow spots along the side. It's difficult to tell, but it's near the tufts. It's so beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Hi Rob, you'd like to know if there are any caterpillars that are poisonous? There are caterpillars that are poisonous. And poisonous is a really good word to use for caterpillars, because they're actually acquiring toxic substances as they're eating along this plant. Well, not this plant particularly, but like with milkweed, monarch butterfly caterpillars are acquiring toxins, and that's why they're considered poisonous, or certain caterpillars are considered poisonous, because if a bird, for example, eats it, it has a bad reaction to it. So that's the difference between poisonous and venomous. For poisonous, something has to be acquiring toxic substances, not making it. For example, a caterpillar would be acquiring it from its environment, whereas a snake would be manufacturing it in its body. And then the second difference between poisonous and venomous is that poisonous is something you consume, where venomous has to be injected, so through fangs or even through venom glands, things like that. So venom has to be produced within the body and injected, while poisonous means it's acquired in the environment and consumed for the effects. So there certainly are poisonous caterpillars, and I'm so glad that you use that word poisonous, because often people think it's interchangeable, and while we may understand what someone's trying to say, it's not actually correct. Such a stunner. I'm just going to jump out again and have a close look, because I think I love this caterpillar. They just make me so excited. Look at you go. So there's also black hairs along the body, but the golden hairs are the longest. Oh, this is just gorgeous. Let's see, there's one more on this tree, so this tree is probably going to have a tough time over the next few weeks. Caterpillars often have a very specific host. Sometimes it might be 3 trees, sometimes just one very specific tree, like with a milkweed and a plain tiger or an African monarch. It's a very specific tree, but there'll be some that will like combretums plus Vachylias. But even so, once there is a tree that is found, and you know it's the larval host of a certain Lepidopteran, you'll see them all over the tree. So this is interesting. This one has very yellow golden hairs. And then, Morgan, if I can move you over, the one in the middle there has kind of pale, almost whitey hairs, wheat colored, actually very like white blonde. Do you need some help? I point. Does that help? Very white blonde hairs. And then if we move over to the left... Oh, sorry. I'm not sure you'll actually be able to see the other one I'm trying to point out. I'm just going to go through here. I might have to use a stick for this. So this one here, Morgan, I'm just going to point out here. There, that one's really orange. So there is a lot of color variation that is difficult for us to, makes it difficult for us to identify.
At Wild Earth, we believe that people will see animal rights as worthy by recognizing that they have emotions like us. In support of Animal Rights Day, we are hosting Quiz Mania. Teams will pit against each other in 2 days of interactive fun on The Sunset Show.
How cool is this?
To enter, form a team of 2 or more people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. See you there.
Just beautiful. Whew, I can feel myself getting just a little bit obsessed. So perhaps we should move on. So we're quite close, well not that close, but we are close-ish to the Jackal Den. And I think that we should go spend some time there. See what they're getting up to. It's not very hot. There isn't sun beating down. So they might actually be quite active. And I'm hoping that one of their parents will come through and perhaps feed them. We can hear them vocalizing, all that kind of thing. That would be awesome. Oh, wow, Morgan, it's really beautiful. Isn't it? The colors are just wonderful. So I know it might seem strange that I'm saying that now. It's just that I'm back in the vehicle and I can actually see what Morgan and all of you see. Oh, hi Zoe. You're 10 years old and you're watching us on the weekend, spending your time with us. I'm so glad, Zoe. you would like to know what happens when you get stung by a hairy caterpillar. Well, you can't get stung by it, Zoe, because when you get stung by something, it's got to have a stinger. So like, with a wasp, you can get stung because it's got a stinger at the back. Caterpillars don't have a stinger. But instead, they have those hairs that you were asking about. So these hairs here, are we on this one, Morgan? Yep. So these hairs that are long here, this one has very soft hairs. And the reason that I'm telling you that it has soft hairs, because not all of them have soft hairs, is because it's linked to the ID of this caterpillar. But if I had to touch these hairs, Zoe, nothing would really happen. In fact, I could touch them, but I don't want to because I don't want to scare him. But there are other caterpillars that if you do touch the hairs, it can get into your skin, and it can be very, very irritating and very itchy. So Zoe, I sat on a caterpillar. Morgan is laughing at me. I did. And I sat Zoe on a hairy caterpillar, and I had shorts on, and it was not a good experience. So what happened, so it wasn't a hairy caterpillar like this. And remember, Zoe, we don't want to touch the hairs ever, even if it's soft hairs. So I sat on this caterpillar, and it was a little one, but it had very spiky, hard hairs. And then I had a rash on my thigh the whole day. And it was very itchy and it burned, and that's because there's nothing to irritate your skin there. So there's no poison or venom or anything like that in the hairs, but the hairs are so small and thin that they can go into your skin, just under your skin, and irritate your skin. And my thigh was red and on fire and so itchy. So Zoe, that's what would happen if you touch a caterpillar that's got hairs on it. It will irritate your skin a lot. So I try very hard not to touch them. Or if you want to know what it's like, maybe get a little pointer, like Strokey here. And then you can be like, oh, okay, the hairs are soft. And you can use Strokey to figure it out. Because it would be important, and if you're interested in figuring out what insects you're looking at and what caterpillars you're looking at, then I think you should get a nice book, Zoe. And you can keep on watching Wild Earth, and we can teach you, and maybe you get yourself a little Strokey so that you can tell if the hairs are stiff or soft. But don't ever use your fingers, because it'll be very itchy and uncomfortable and red, like my thigh was. The funniest thing about that thigh experience was that, there were a couple funny things happening at that time. One, I was at Taronga Zoo in Sydney, and I was looking at the chimps, and a chimp just smacked another chimp, and they were running around each other, and I was laughing, and I sat down, and then I went, whoa, and got up straight away, and I was like, I don't know what that was, kept on walking, taking a few steps. Like, no, I sat on a bee or something like that. I turned around and I saw that the caterpillar was smashed on the seat. It was just 2 minutes of utter confusion in my life. At least it was much smaller than this. Well, there was no at least for the caterpillar. It was done. Unfortunately. Alrighty. Shall we move on and find our jackal puppies? Okay, you're gonna have to watch me drive for a little bit then. Okay, well then let me send you over to Alex in Ukukuyu while I drive, so you don't have to be all wobbly.
Thanks to Charlotte. And of course we are back here in Ukukuyu. And we did have all of those animals come join us. Unfortunately, we weren't able to witness them just yet, but we do have a number of them still milling about, and quite a few springbok coming to join us at the water. So I'm going to get in a little closer there, and then we can continue on. Some zebra holding off at the moment. We did have that rather large herd of wildebeest with us, and I did note yesterday that they are slowly starting to feed on any of these little green shoots that I've started to notice around the waterhole. And of course there was some precipitation the other day, so I am expecting a bit of a green flush to start occurring at some point. But great to have these springbok now with us, and we didn't have too many of them around yesterday, but the days before that they really were here in good numbers and thoroughly enjoying the shade from the camel thorn. One wildebeest now with us, a lovely bull, clearly way bigger than the springboks. Quite a calm scene unfolding for us at the moment. Of course, the springbok wading in. I'm not too sure how warm it is at the moment, but throughout the course of the day they definitely do wade in, and so do the gemsbok. So I'm sure we will see that too throughout the course of probably mid-morning towards midday, even early afternoon. But let's wait and see. Quite cool at the moment, at least. Good morning, Pam. And antelope, I would have to say, the springbok, we see them in the highest number throughout the course of the day. Wildebeest probably second to that. Of course, zebra aren't antelope. They are equine. They are part of the horse family, so separate to that. Gemsbok are also here in very good numbers. We do see decent amount of the black-faced impala, which are endemic to the area. Good kudu, and I've only seen red hartebeest once and eland twice on the same day, so kind of is a breakdown for you. If you see any of the smaller antelope that occur in the area, but it kind of is, I suppose, the pecking order with regards to population numbers. I'm not too sure what spooked everything off there. Springbok do seem to be quite comfortable. I just want to cruise across here because we could have missed out on something else, perhaps kudu. It does look like just springbok really at the moment. Those zebra probably preparing for entry in here, and you'll just see, I think it's a giraffe walking off there in the distance. Could also be a maintenance truck. So let me not speculate too much. But yes, underneath here, this camel thorn, that's shade. That is where the springbok have been enjoying themselves, taking some respite from the sun. So I think we might see some of that as well. But, let us join them while they are with us at the moment. And hopefully we will start to get these zebra joining them too. Looks like that spooked wildebeest bull has decided to come back and join us. We're also picking out a different route to the water's edge too, so just keeping tabs on what is going on. So we currently have that lovely audio of the European beaters, and you can just see our Egyptian geese doing their morning ablutions, making sure that they are preened and ready for Saturday. I really do enjoy the sound of these European beaters. They really are cool. So I'm just going to sit here for now. You can see a gemsbok in the distance. I think as it is starting to get warmer, it seems to have died down with regards to maintenance. We can hopefully expect quite a bit going on in the next few. So it does ebb and flow, and it kind of becomes a quiet patch, and then it really gets busy. So it's just one of those moments where we just have to be a little bit patient, and I'm sure with that we will be able to welcome some very cool and interesting sightings. Morning, Don. And the two strong senses, or the two strongest senses that wildebeest will have, are sight and smell. They are renowned for their sight. They also do have a very good sense of smell. So those would be the top two. Of course, animals in the wilderness and in wild areas do have far more in tuned and better senses than us. Perhaps maybe not taste, but generally sight, hearing and smell being far better than any humans. So even those that are deemed to have relatively bad sight for animals, generally relatively better than human beings. So elephants, for example, would be one of those with regards to sight. They can definitely see better than us at night. So just interesting to know. So Tom, the best reason and the one with the best explanation is that there's been some maintenance and that going on just pretty close to the camp fence. So that was what was making the animals a little bit hesitant. But the numbers of animals that were around then, they have come through and had a drink anyway. So we kind of are waiting for the next wave of animals to come and join us again. So it does happen like that, where we get good numbers and then it kind of dies off and then it picks up again, dies off and picks up again after that again. So that's kind of the theme, at least that has been the theme the last few days. But, I mean, the springbok are here at the moment. Of course, the Egyptian geese are doing their thing right in frame 2. And the zebra just hanging off at the moment. So, I mean, it's not that we are devoid of life. It definitely... Ooh, it looked like that was a bird of prey that came through. A little falcon of some form. But ID will have to be forgone because we obviously going to find it very hard to track that out. But yeah, we obviously do have antelope and animals around at the moment. So our zebra, some gemsbok, wildebeest now seems to be grazing. And 1 or 2 springbok around at the moment. So we definitely aren't devoid of life. However, we are waiting for it to pick up again and then enjoy far more. It just is a theme and it just is what happens, you know. So exactly like this at Waterhole, sometimes you just have to be patient and then you get rewarded. So it is just how we are going to have to play it at the moment, at least. Oh, that did sound like one of the black-headed herons. Again, just keeping any tabs on what is around. So it seems that the morning's ablutions are over for our Egyptian geese. Really kind of another standoff with our zebra for now. Just having another look around. I'll just be able to also hear the crows as well as good numbers of those European bee-eaters too. Some doves around as well. It looks like we're quite barren down there. Seems the action is really just right in front of us with the zebra at the moment. It looks like we might be joined by a rather large herd of wildebeest as well. So they seem to be approaching. Though it does look like a bit of grazing going on too. So there is, and there are little shoots in and amongst these concrete stones too. So they will take the opportunity to feed. And perhaps this is the big herd that was with us earlier and is taking the opportunity just to feed here before missioning back off into the Mopani thickets closer towards the plains as well. But to me it does seem that they are moving off now at the moment. So it looks like we're just going to have to wait for the zebra. Hi Rose Candy. And with zebra being the national animal of Botswana, and there being 2 migrations of zebra there, I would have to say that Botswana is definitely up there. There are a number of different subspecies of zebra, and I think the most populous ones are up in Zambia and into Eastern Africa, and they are the Grant's zebra. They're also a bit smaller. So with regards to region, that is probably where you do find the most. So these zebra here are part of the plain zebra, of course, but are also the Demara race. And this race obviously extends down into the low veld of South Africa as well. And where we have that different race would be the Burchellies, Burchels, and that is in the Eastern Cape. So where Rolf and where Trishala are, we'd be seeing those. A little bit more of a darker brown shadow line on those individuals. We do get the shadow line on these plain zebra too. But from what I know, the plains zebra that is part of the Grant's race, Grant's Autoboms, and they actually have a smaller mane and they are a little bit shorter than these plain zebra, and they are the most populous. But in terms of countries with highest population, I would have to say Botswana is up there, perhaps Zambia, Tanzania, and Kenya then following suit. South Africa also has good numbers, but of course we don't have any zebra migrations that go on in South Africa. There are healthy numbers of zebra here in Etosha too, but Namibia is rather arid, and zebra do need to drink a fair amount. They generally drink twice a day, and sometimes up to 23 liters of water a day. On average, around 18 liters, though. So I hope that shed some insight, because yeah, it might also just be different reserves, and that as well might have higher populations. Yeah, I'm tending towards Botswana, Zambia with the highest numbers of zebra.
Elephants are one of those few animals that you can watch all day without ever finding a moment where there's nothing that's interesting you about them.
Register for free on our website or on our app and get stuck into all the excitement of live wildlife viewing. Ask our expert guides your questions, learn more, and enjoy this community of animal-loving people, all in real time. Wild Earth, connecting you naturally.
Hi, the thinking man. That's a very cool handle. However, with regards to zebra and your question, it is their stripes. So I'll try and see if I can't get a better look. We've got one that is slowly getting down here. And the stripes help with regards to cooling systems of theirs. Obviously, the white and the black interposed. Although the stripes are also known now through recent research, so the black on the stripes, to deter biting insects, in particular flies, so tsetse flies in most areas, but also obviously other horse flies too. And they're also able to then shake, kind of twitch. You'll notice zebra twitching quite a bit as well. That's also because of those stripes. Those stripes do then also help with thermoregulation. And that is initially what it was thought of with the striped pattern. But it has also obviously been recently found out that the black within their stripes, and the stripe lines obviously, then help also with regards to deterring biting insects as well. So of course also with regards to that pattern and their coloration, you'll notice you see far whiter legs and white on their bellies, and that also then helps, with any kind of radiation or light that is reflecting up on towards their stomachs to help reflect that out, because they are hindgut fermenters. So they have a rudimentary digestive system, and obviously keeping that digestive system cooler with regards to having whiter bellies, and that obviously also assists with that thermoregulation too. As I said, they are quite dependent on water, generally drink around twice a day. So nice that we have one down with us at the moment. We did see a foal yesterday, which was quite cool. We also saw a gemspot calf too. So keeping my eyes peeled for any of the youngsters that might have popped out recently, and will hopefully be joining us down here at the Okakuya Waterhole. So quite a chilled scene, but at least the zebra has come down to join us. Obviously, not too disturbed by any of the action going on around us. You will see that little grebe as well. Not scooting around, but of course diving out of frame now. So generally the case with birds is that they do give us the slip fairly often. Very hard things to film and get good content of. Definitely quite a relaxed zebra at the moment. I'm going to just zoom back out. I'm hoping that some of the others are cottoning onto this idea. We've got obviously an impala ram that's now with us. And it does seem that the others are slowly showing some interest, creeping ever closer to us. Fantastic to have the zebra and these black-faced impala, as I alluded to earlier, endemic to the area. And more arid adapted than the common impala that we get here in South Africa and in other areas as well. So it's good to know. Really good horns on a lot of these rams, something that I have noticed. They really do have impressive horns. It's actually thought that in East Africa, the impala found up there also have really, really long and interesting horn shapes too. Not to say that they aren't big or long or impressive in any other area. It's just that these are just, I suppose, characteristics of impala found in different geographical areas. Kind of quite a bit going on at the moment. No complaints about that. The zebra has left us, but we are here with a bull Ellie. Fantastic to see one of our white ghosts of Etosha too. It doesn't look like it's the bull that generally spends time with us, although I have noted that a number of the elephant here have almost hairless tails. They don't have much hair on their tails, and we'll even notice this on this bull here. But he isn't the bull that I generally see. He's got far bigger tusks, this one. But you'll note that on his tail has very short hair and tufts of hair on it. They're coming straight to where the fresh water is and where it's pumped out of. And of course, shooing away from us, not wanting to show us his face. Let's wait and see. Hi Brandy. Yes, it is fairly common that the Eddie bulls are found alone. Sometimes as they get older, the need for company and the rest does kind of dissipate for them. They are followed often, or quite often enough, by younger bulls picking up and learning the tricks in the trade of bull life and Ellie bull life. And generally you find the bulls trailing after and behind the breeding herds as well, so picking up on any estrogen and the rest, any pregnant females or any females that might be coming into estrus. So they generally live a lonesome life once they do hit around 45 to 60 or so, although they do congregate with other bulls. Of course, when they are in must, they are obviously very temperamental then, and more likely to be found by themselves then, unless they are competing with any other dominant bulls that might be in the area. Clearly someone in a rush over there, probably breaking any of the speed limits that are here in Kikuyu and Natasha. But fantastic scenes right now. The zebra obviously getting a nudge and coming down. Our bull Ellie thoroughly enjoying himself, and some kudu and springbuck. So no complaints. As I did say, it does kind of ebb and flow. There is one kempsbok there too. So we do have times where, it can kind of seem like it's quite barren here. And then all of a sudden it just pops off. So sometimes it's just the luck of a waterhole, and waterhole really quite cool. I really enjoy these morning stints here when we do get quite a lot of life. The blue sheen that's getting pulled right off of the waterhole at the moment is rather impressive. So really a very cool scene playing out in front of us right now. This bull Ellie really treating us, along with the zebra, kempsbok and springbuck that are milling about too. So it's taken some time. Okay, that's the Ellie spooking everyone else there. And enjoying a bit of a splish splash. A lovely scene unfolding. Some wildebeest also coming down, it seems. And long may the busyness continue. So a bit of a mud bath going on now, and perhaps a dust bath after that, but that will also make him a characteristic white ghost color, that concrete deposit that is around here, making the Ellies that iconic white color here in Natasha. So really awesome that we've got all of this action down and around us at the moment. Lovely to spend time with this Ellie Bull. But it's also going to be lovely to spend some time in Amakhala with Shashala and Morgan.
But we don't see them at the moment. But we saw something really cool on the way here. It was a nice Netarako. It was hard to, obviously Morgan spotted it, and then we stopped, we waited, and then it flew right past us. It was amazing. They're so beautiful, so beautiful. Green and blue with the crest, and then white around the eye and red. Oh, it was stunning. It reminded me of like a whole lot of tasty sweets, like jellies, and the bright colors just flying through. It was amazing. It was so amazing. And then we also, so this is all on the way here, we saw a kingfisher with a snake in its mouth. Obviously we weren't fast enough to get that on camera because they're birds and they fly. How inconvenient. And then they were in the bushes and we couldn't get it, but it was amazing. So we're hoping that while we sit here, even though we don't see the jackal pups right now, that maybe some other visitors will come along. Ah, look at this. Whoa. Speeding jackal pup. So they're definitely playing in this area. Oh, there goes another. I can hear them squeaking. Come on, come play in front of us. I just really want to see all four together again. So we've been seeing... Oh! Hello! What is happening on that side? Seems to be a jackal pup meeting. Do you see them again?
No, maybe the parents back.
They usually would make a kind of call when they all meet. A very squeaky, and no, I'm not going to do it, call. And just alerts everybody to the presence of the adult returning. That seems to be on the other side of this bush, so maybe we can turn around in a bit if nothing happens in the next few minutes. See if we can get a view from the other side. Sometimes the best thing to do is wait and let the bush direct you. Oh, Ruth, you say that these pups look like they're playing hide and seek and we're not invited? It does look like that. And I love a good game of hide and seek, even as an adult. But I'm quite sure we're uninvited. I'm tempted to turn around and have a look on the other side. From just that side, we'll just pop our nose in and see if there's if we see anything. I mean, it wouldn't hurt, just have a quick look. Morgan gave me a look there that is very difficult to describe. I wouldn't call it disgust or disapproval, but something in between there. You see, because when I drive and I move, then he feels that's a comment on his camera work because it shakes a little bit. So please excuse that. Look at it, it just shook. Oh, there we go. Okay, so this is the gap that I wanted to get into. I see nothing. Okay. We can turn back around. Gonna go in here. And we're back. I hope you enjoyed that little detour. Nothing. I'm next to my sweet thorn again. It's a bush that had the beetle that we were looking at last time when we were at the den. So I'm gonna have a look if there's anything else that's little and amazing, because all the little things are amazing, just like the big things. All the things, everything. Everything has its own little niche, its own reason for its existence in an environment. I love that. But I don't see any things yet. But what I also really enjoy is that when you sit still for a little bit and you watch a bush or the ground, suddenly things start to move, because if you're moving at the same time that other things are moving, then it's a little bit difficult to tell. So when we've stopped and we actually have a moment, just sit quietly or sit without moving, things start to emerge. Maybe some butterflies. Insects also needed to be a bit warm before they start moving around and going about their daily business. And so it's very overcast and chilly or windy. You don't see as many insects around as you do when it's really sunny and the sun is when the air is nice and crisp, like it was a little bit earlier when there was a gap in the clouds, and suddenly I started to see butterflies out, things like that. And now it's gone overcast again, and I don't see much at all. But we'll just wait. William, you say it looks like we're losing the game of hide and seek and they're really good at camouflaging. I think at the moment it's more that they're hiding than using their camouflage. Absolutely, they camouflage really well, especially at this stage. into the color of the bush. So there's a little bit of brown, gray, white, bits of black, and that bits of black adds a shadow effect, so it disrupts their outline just a little bit. That's something that antelope, or an effect that antelope use quite a lot. But I think at the moment they've just outsmarted us and just decided that they're not ready for the camera. It's the weekend. It's too early. They prefer to show their faces after 12. That's what I think. But they run around so much, I'm sure they'll come zooming back this end. Or at least I hope so.
Have you ever wondered what happens behind the safari?
And jump!
Living in the wild can affect you,
It's the smell that...
and things don't always go as planned.
I'm gonna start coming down. Whoa!
Download the Wild Earth app and join the crew behind the scenes. It's in your nature.
Still no movement on the pup front. But that's okay. I feel so disadvantaged without the binoculars. I think that's one of the worst feelings in the bush, when you've, left your binoculars at your accommodation, or you don't have binoculars. You feel really, really restricted. And that's how I feel at the moment. If there's two things that I can advise you to have if you are somebody who likes to go out on safari or spend lots of time in the bush, or maybe you're just starting, binoculars. Okay. 3 things. The third one depends on whether you're like me or not. Firstly, binoculars. Secondly, a poncho. Like one of those lightweight plastic things that you can just throw on yourself. So helpful. And then thirdly, some kind of tool that you can point with, or move things with, dissection kit, ideally, because you learn so much if you are willing to, and your stomach can permit you to open something up. Something that is already dead, obviously. You learn so much. So those are my 3 things. The other obvious one, of course, would be sunscreen. Hi, Terry. You'd like to know if the pup's parents are also hiding with them? No, the parents would be out and about, doing a bit of hunting, probably marking their territory. They could also just be sleeping under bushes somewhere. But they're not in constant attendance of the pups, because the pups clearly have been weaned. So they're not nursing anymore. If they were, I'm sure we would have seen that. And we're not. So they're normally weaned between 8 and 10 weeks old. So I guess that also gives us an idea of their age. Maybe 2 months is it. And it also makes sense with the breeding season. So the parents, sometimes we see jackals, quite far from this area. It might not be the same pair that are the parents of this litter, but we hardly ever see them running around with their pups, except for when they return to the den. But there will come a time, obviously, when the pups start to accompany the adults all around, but it will be a time when they're slightly bigger than this, and there's less risk involved in them leaving the safety of the den. It's usually when the parents approach, there is quite a lot of sound, lots and lots of vocalizations. We heard a kind of a little peep earlier. Could have been the adults returning, but usually it's a lot louder than that, and a lot more energetic. Kind of looks haunting, this old man's beard. And I like it. Ooh, is that a southern boo-boo at the bottom there? Looks like it is. Lots of bird life out here. Well, let me send you over to Alex in Okokoyo. He has a gentle giant that he's spending some time with.
Thanks, Trishada. And yes, indeed, we do have a very big gentle giant here at the moment. Almost in a war paint too. And we will then have to just see what is going on with regards to the rest of everything going past. Lots of zebra kind of moving off in a different direction. But really quite cool, and I love it when they do, and they have had mud baths and wallows, because the spray marks on them really are quite unique, and it really is awesome looking at all this different mud and that on the elephants too. So really cool watching all of this. Quite cool. As I said, almost like it has some war paint on it. rather relaxed. So really quite cool. And you can even see some of that mud on its tusk at the moment. And again, it's a cool scene that is unfolding. So lots of zebra moving off in the opposite direction. This bull Ellie thoroughly enjoying himself and splashing. And the springbok mulling about it. So we'll see if anyone gets a fright. I do think perhaps going to come here and dust bar. So just waiting to see kind of the direction this Ellie does want to move off to. Lovely kudu again across the other side there. Perhaps a drink of fresh water here first, and then some dust bathing to follow. So let's just have a look. But really, lots going on. If we zoom out like this, it kind of looks like little ants all over the show. Let's spend some time with our bull Ellie. So lovely to have one here again, or just one Ellie at least. The other day we did a number of breeding herds and bulls around. But it's nice when we haven't seen them for a few days to get a glimpse into what goes on in Ellie life. Hi, Vicky. So, with regards to elephants being aggressive and bull elephants being aggressive, it generally comes down to the temperament of an elephant, the area they are found in, and what might be going on in an area. So obviously each elephant has their own personality. Some elephants on some day might wake up on the wrong side of the bed and be rather temperamental on that day and be very pleasant the next. So also with bull elephants, if they are in must, they are a little bit more temperamental. But again, it can also come down to areas where they've had a lot of conflict, and that being with regards to humans and poaching and the rest going on, causing a lot of instability in an area or on population dynamics. But it is also noted that the breeding herds also cause and create a lot of turmoil too. A number of breeding herds can be quite temperamental and prickly, particularly when you're on foot and they've got young calves. A number of cows have also had run-ins with others, and actually a lot of deaths that do occur with regards to elephant actually happen with breeding herds as opposed to with bulls. So it really does depend on the elephant, it does depend on the area, and it also depends on how much human-elephant conflict there might have been, and even pressure on those populations as well. So just enjoyable scenes here at the moment. No complaints. This Eddie probably resting a little bit and taking in some fresh water too. So I think a little bit of both going on. So this bull is clearly quite placid, very, very relaxed at the moment. And you can see how hot it is as well with that sun too. So that mud that it has sprayed on itself, really drying quite quickly. So it's fascinating watching that too, and how quickly this coloration might really turn into that straight white. So really, really cool scenes at the moment. And you can also just see here, just obviously with the way and the direction that the sun is coming down, just coloration on the water right now. So looking rather blue, which is quite cool. Just the different hues that do occur throughout the day. Of course, less of a silhouette being able to be given at the moment. But again, lovely to be able to spend time with this bull Ellie. I just want to scroll out again, just have a look and see who else might be building up in area. Just waiting to see. It does look like our Ellie is kind of taking the opportunity just to rest up. Maybe not too much that would bother him. It does seem that he's right-tusked, right-sided as well, because his left tusk is pretty much intact and his right tusk seems to be the one that is broken. So of course Ellie's do have a favoured side. This Ellie seems to be a right favoured side Ellie, at least from what I can see from when he has faced us. Quite a big tusk or set of tusks on him anyway for the Ellies that are around here, and almost this one here on the left seems quite almost fully intact. A lot of them are broken in the area, and that comes down to the nutrients and that are available to them in an area, and their tusks can become quite brittle depending on where you do see and find elephants. Obviously needing a lot of calcium to maintain those modified incisors. And there are a number of areas where the tusks do then become quite brittle. So Madikwe being another. And we do note that even in Mshatu, where the elephants are actually a bit smaller, some of the Ellies don't even grow tusks. In particular the females, and the cows. And this comes down to previous pressure and that was put on those Ellies in that area. Hi Kyle, I'm not aware of any diseases that are found in elephant only. They do have very strong genetics and they are known. I did talk about this the other day with regards to elephants having very strong genetics, and in particular with cancer. And they have a specific gene that actually helps them with the regeneration of their cells, and actually stems off cancer within elephants. So there are very few, I've seen only a handful of documented cases where elephants have actually even developed cancer, and that is because they have a gene in them called the P53 gene, and that gene allows them to regenerate their cells far more than what humans and other mammals are able to do, and that helps them with regards to not developing cancer then. But in terms of being in the bush and them being able to contract specific diseases, I'm sure like with anything, we are all prone to being caught out somewhere along the line. However, these will probably be things that will be viral, so things like anthrax perhaps in an area and when their condition is really low and bad. You see things like malnutrition. Drought is obviously a terrible one, and drought led to the quickening of death with regards to one of the big and mega tuskers up in Tsavo this last week. Lugard was his name. And that kind of brought an earlier onset death. He did die of old age anyway, but drought and the devastating drought up there in the area did contribute to that. So that did kind of quicken up the process. And of course other things like algal blooms, and these also affect other animals as well. So there's a lot that can go on, and there's still many things that we don't understand and are trying to understand anyway. But yeah, there was an instance across the border in Botswana, so just east of us, where there was an algal bloom that was around, and that led to the deaths of quite a number of elephants in some remote areas, as well as in heavily populated areas of them as well. So it took some time to actually figure it out, but it was indeed an algal bloom. And there are even instances of algal blooms in the Kruger, where we've had overpopulation of hippo, and it led to an algal bloom of an algae called blue algae, and that blue algae led to the demise of a number of different mammal species. So not only elephants. But of course, obviously, the number one killer of elephants, and if you want to call us humankind the virus of the earth right now, we are probably the number one leading cause of elephants' deaths anyway. So, in particular, we are probably the worst thing for elephants, really. And that being as a collective. Quite cool. Lots of springbok around here at the moment, and I did think we were going to get a number of them around. We did dip in numbers yesterday. I'm going to just check under the tree, because they do enjoy the shade. It doesn't seem that it's got warm enough just yet. Really lovely to see all the springbok that are here at the moment. So them taking over our zebra from yesterday. To be honest with them being so many, I don't think it's worth us doing a count of them just yet. But we will keep out for some of the bigger items, and we'll do a count on them. Just hard to keep track with all the movement that does go on. You can lose a few of them as well, as they kind of meander off along through the concrete stone too. So it's quite cool. I'm really thoroughly enjoying being able to spend some decent time with our elephant. As I said, it's been a number of days since we've had one up here. And these white ghosts of Etosha really are impressive. They are known to be the tallest elephants in the world. The largest in height. Them and the desert eddies that occur from here into Damaraland. So in between taking a rest, obviously enjoying some fresh water where he can. And it looks like some of these springbok enjoying the water and the cooling effects of water as well. You can just see quite a lucid trunk when he isn't drinking. So I do think that is him just taking the opportunity to really enjoy his Saturday morning, and quite a peaceful Saturday morning at that. So you'll just see his trunk go lucid, kind of just stand and be rather relaxed, and then get back into that water too. So it does change up quite a bit. You can just see how that sun is baking that fresh mud that he has just sprayed on himself.
Did you see that incredible sighting with Lauren and the wild dogs? Oh, and on the Sunset Show yesterday, Tessa saw Maribs. Are you someone who only has time for the best bits? Well, we have some great news for you.
It's absolutely amazing.
Download the Wild Earth app today and you can watch the best highlights from each safari show.
Look at this.
Every single day.
Look at how fascinating this is.
Wild Earth.
Just enjoying a very peaceful, lazy Saturday morning at the moment, much like our elephant bull. But really, he is taking centerpiece at the moment, and quite rightfully so. So, as you are aware, this is a live and immersive experience, and it is your journey and safari into the African wilderness with us. So for any of you that do have questions or comments, points of interest, things you might notice that are interesting, things you want us to further give insight into or chat a bit further about, please do send through anything like that. We'd love to interact with you guys. We love it when you keep us on our toes, because your insights and questions are generally right out of the top drawer, and they require quite a bit of grey matter at the best of times too. So please do get any of those questions sent through, and of course we will give you the best possible answers we can. One lone zebra across the dam at the moment. Really quite relaxing scene, so thoroughly enjoy that. But if you do have any questions or comments, obviously please do send those through, and we'll obviously try and get you involved in some number spotting or jotting down. Also, if you did count any of the zebras that did come through earlier and you have a tally, also get that through to us. It'll be interesting to know where we stand at the moment. And obviously when we are across here, we will keep tabs as well. But it looks like these guys are kind of shooting off into other areas, really not wanting to play games with us just at the moment. It seems like this Ellie is kind of awakening from his eternal slumber this morning. Although I suppose well-deserved slumber anyway. Hi Kim, not yet, and primarily because it is a bit further west than of course where we come to, which is on the eastern side of southern Africa, in Djuma and even in Amakhala and Kariga, and I suppose you can even count Medikwe in that as well as Mashatu. So with that being said, the rain is only really expected to start from next month. So the lamb droppings generally do coincide with when the rain does start to fall in an area. And again, with us being further west and it obviously not having had as much rain just yet, I do think that the lambs will only start dropping within the next 2 to 3 weeks here anyway. So I've still yet to see any lambs across in Mashatu too, and they would obviously fall there as well. So also keeping tabs with Medikwe as well. I'm not too sure if Kevin has seen anything there, him and BK. But Ralph was looking at some Blesbuck lambs and calves earlier as well. So yeah, I think it is starting to pop off. We have had one foal, a zebra foal here, and we did get Gemsbok calf yesterday across here in Ukukuyo. And we did obviously have a Impala lamb, but that was in Djuma and not here. So I do think within 2 to 3 weeks we should hopefully start to see Impala lambs. And it'll be interesting to see, just because I'm yet to see what a black-faced Impala lamb looks like just yet. Sure, very similar, of course, just with the black face, but I'm excited to see that. It will be very cool. Of course, all the wildebeest that are here as well. So there's also kind of, they do coincide with the dropping of wildebeest calves and Impala lambs as well. So a couple of weeks off each other generally. And you will also notice then with these big herds of wildebeest that do occur here, a number of tawny calves that are with them. So that is what we do have to look forward to, and I'm sure it will be rather exciting. So also just keeping tabs on anyone else that is around here and perhaps waiting to drop lambs. So springbok themselves, although there obviously is a birding peak, same with zebra, around the rainy times they drop their lambs throughout the year as well. But we can expect there to be increased numbers of everything as baby season is just around the corner. So one of our gemsbok coming through into the water, just waiting on some of those zebra. Numbers are slowly starting to build up there. A number of them also just keeping to the thickets, it seems. Hi Jerome, that's a very interesting question. Would a blind elephant survive alone in the wild? So it would depend on when it actually became blind, or if it was born blind. Perhaps it would be a lot more difficult if it was a calf that was blind and then born, or obviously born blind. And I would expect that mortality would actually be far more likely on a younger elephant than an older elephant that was blind, purely also because of the way that they do communicate, as well as their trunks, a sense of hearing, and their smell. So they aren't renowned for having the best of eyesight, although it is better than ours, at night at least. But they do kind of have like a 10-meter peripheral eyesight, because their eyes are on the size of their heads, and their eyes are relatively small compared to in bodies. So their eye actually is around the same size as ours. So I do think that an older elephant would stand a far better chance of surviving than a younger elephant, purely because it would have so much more to learn, and perhaps not understand as much either. So it would, I think, obviously depend on the circumstances around how the elephant did get blind, when it got blind, as well as its age, as to how long it might survive, or how quickly it might deteriorate and then succumb to being blind. So yeah, it is quite an interesting topic. Also, I think would depend on the area as well. Access to resources such as water, quality feed, that kind of thing. So I do think, obviously, with a strong sense of smell, being able to probably smell the vegetation and that is around, would obviously help it with regards to being able to feed and avoid anything that would maybe be harmful to their digestive systems. An interesting question, and I think it could take a number of different paths as to what would happen. But I do think that we could probably look at a decreased lifespan if an elephant was blind. So just waiting on our gemsbok that are joining here. A couple of springboks slowly starting to move in and out. A number of wildebeest and of course some zebra that are pooling up there. So I'm just going to zoom out a bit because I do want to keep our alien frame where we can, but also make sure we don't miss out on any of the other action. So once these wildebeest do get down here, we'll join them too. Quite clearly you can just see a springbok wading into the water. So always fantastic to see that. And the size of this wildebeest herd will also be quite interesting to see because we've had a very big one around already this morning. Not the smallest herd, but definitely not the same size as the herd we had earlier. Let's come back here a bit. I suppose we did have a very nice look at our Ellie earlier. I don't know why that happened. Here we go. Let's get in a bit closer here because it does look like the gemsbok and the wildebeest are both going to be drinking there. You can just hear some of the hornbills, there's red-billed hornbills as well calling in the background. Clearly see the zebra up at the top. Almost looks like an army of gemsbok as well with those intimidating horns coming to join. So another little harem of zebra building over there on the right. And of course wildebeest here at the moment. So lovely to have these wildebeest here at the moment. Always cool to watch those beards and manes really as they get to the water. And unlike a zebra, that these two species do spend a lot of time in close proximity to each other. The wildebeest doesn't need as much water on a daily basis as those zebras, so they're able to also supplement that water that they do need in their diet through their diet really. They are able to dig up a number of those melons and tubers and that as well in more arid areas, and that's also why you find them in some of the more arid areas as well, in the Kalahari for example, with gemsbok too. So a little bit further southwest or southeast of us in the Kalahari, we also do find them there, and that is where they do supplement their water intake on a daily basis with some of those melons and tubers and that they do find and are able to dig up. So they roughly only need a drink once every second day. But obviously that will change, and of course if water is available, it's not to say that they would snub it. It's just that if it was really dry, it could go a bit further. I love hearing those hornbills in the background too. So it's been really awesome, lovely having all this action around. Still waiting on some of the zebra, because Dee and Nadine are wanting to redeem themselves with regards to counting zebra today, but that'll have to wait because we're off to Trishala and Morgan in Amakhala.
Are out, they're just out of our view as well. So they're behind that dried up sweet thorn. Can you see some movement there? No. Well, they are there. I think it's a little bit more to the left. So we've been seeing them moving around. But of course, they don't want to come out just yet. But now some sun has popped through. And I hope that means that they'll be more adventurous. No, that's not really linked. But if I were a jackal pup and the sun came out, I would be a little bit more adventurous. So I hope that it's true for them too. So we were experiencing a bit of patchy drizzle, just a tad. And now the sun is out, which is obviously a good thing for us. Also means that some insects will be out a little bit more. You can actually see some butterflies fluttering around. There you go, look at that. Amazing. Somebody asked the last time if jackals play with butterflies. So perhaps today is the day. I'm just going to reverse a little bit because I see some eland in the background. Oh, they are beautiful. This is how I get my arm workout these days. Here we go. Yeah. Then if they come out, we can still see them. The jackal pups, that is. Look at that. They look very cautious. Really, the only thing that'd be able to take down an eland would be lions, but that doesn't mean that just because they're big and strong and difficult to hunt, that they aren't cautious. I mean, you see it with elephants, you see it with buffalo. They can be extra cautious, and it's really nice to see them all bunched together like this. I love seeing their dewlaps moving in the wind. So we've spoken about this many times. When it's windy, it's always easier for herbivores to get into tighter groups. It allows them to take care of each other a little bit better. But of course, they're not taking care of each other. One of them is taking care of themselves. The closer they are to another member, the less likely they are to get hunted or to be hunted. It's called the selfish herd theory. I think that out of all the antelope that we see in this area, or on this reserve, are the eland. I know it's a bit strange because they're so large, and they're the biggest antelope. I mean, besides a giraffe that we're going to see here, but they seem to be the most skittish. Or perhaps they have a preference for a larger distance between themselves and vehicles or people. But it's kind of funny to see them move like that and watch us so intently. And I did grab a question there, but I'm just going to grab the name of the viewer again, and our director will help us out. I'm not going to guess, because sometimes I guess it's completely wrong. Jade! Hi Jade! You'd like to know what the average weight of an eland bull is? It can be up to 1,000 kg, so up to about a ton. And when you see big bulls like that, they really are magnificent. This looks like a group of cows. The bulls also have a very significant dewlap that swings about in the wind. It's so adorable. While the cows have a much smaller dewlap, but there's still that patch of skin there. And both male and female eland have horns. But the horns of males are thicker and taller. So if you look, there's one in the middle who has quite thick horns, but I'm not sure if it's just the angle that we're looking at. And you can see that it's wider at the top, whereas the females are in front, their horns are quite narrow. And oh goodness, look at, if we go to the right, Morgan, sorry, there's one whose horns are, look at it. It hasn't curled in yet, so it looks a bit awkward. So as the horns develop, they take on different angles because the horns are twisting. So when it's in the inward twist, it looks like it's pointing inward, like the one in front of us there. And then when it's outward twist, it looks like it's all skew, and then it twists in again. But these mostly look like females. Maybe a couple young males in there, but it's hard to tell. There's one. Just walked by. But I don't see a really big bull. So those big bulls can get up to about a ton, while the females are much smaller, about half that, up to about 600 kgs. And as you can imagine, those are sizable antelope. And they're very tall too. I know from here it just looks like they're an average antelope, but they can be very tall. A big bull, so a bull that's about 1 ton, could be up to 2 meters tall. Well, that's quite a nice big cow there. You can.
If you aren't an explorer yet, here's a sneak peek at what you're missing. The amazing weekly newsletter. We handpick the best animal moments of the week. Our most interesting question that we received, hilarious unseen behind-the-scenes content, and exclusive previews of upcoming Wild Earth ventures. This is all packaged and personally delivered to your inbox with love from Wild Earth. Sign up and let us spoil you every week.
I'm having a look in my insect book still to try and figure out if I can find that caterpillar that we were looking at earlier. But please do continue to send your questions through. It's just that I've got a bit of a bee in my bonnet, you see, about the caterpillar. It was so big. It was like the eland of the caterpillars. Maybe there's an eland caterpillar. No, I need to think properly. I have animals distracting me. That's always a welcome distraction. Now, the eland are very common in this particular area. We've seen them before when we were at the den, but not this close. Why so nervous, guys? I doubt it's the smell of the jackals that are doing that. Or maybe they encountered some lions earlier on in the day, and animals can sometimes, well, oftentimes do that when they have encountered a predator in the daytime, or sometime, before you encounter them. They can still be really nervous and defensive. And so it's always important to consider that when you look at animal behavior, because you might think to yourself, oh, but I've driven past elephants all the time. They're absolutely fine in this area. But the thing is, the elephant could have had a negative, altercation with a lion, or even smelled a leopard or something like that previously, and that can alter its behavior with you in the moment that you are experiencing them. So it's always important to give animals their space, because you don't know what they've been through on that day. Hi, Kimberly. You'd like to know if elands are born with horns? No, they're not. So it's actually a really interesting question, because sometimes we can just assume that they're born with horns, and that's for any horned antelope. But what they're actually born with are little buds. So it looks like they have two pimples at the top of the head. I mean, quite large pimples at the top of their head. And then those buds are home to all the cells that will become the horn. And then they will steadily start growing. But it's important that they're not born with the horns, otherwise that could be a little bit dangerous to the mother. So the only antelope that I know that are born with some kind of protrusion is a giraffe. So giraffe are born with ossicones. We don't call those horns because it's not keratin, it's bone. So giraffe are born with ossicones, but their ossicones have not ossified to the top of their head yet. So when they're born and they're in the womb, they're actually flat against their head, so that they can come out of the birth canal without causing too much damage. And then once they're out, the little ossicones lift up, and then over some time they ossify into the skull. But with antelope that have keratin horns, they're not born with those horns. They're born with little buds on the head that turn into horns, or grow into horns rather. They kind of remind me of buffalo, how they stare at you. Oh, there's some very fast chewing going on there. The one that's just taken a seat. They're all very comfortable because they're all ruminating, they're chewing. One has taken a seat. It's just that they happen to be staring at us. Oh. A puppy has come out. Perhaps it's also interested in the eland. Oh no. I should just not ever mention when the puppy is out. Because it just left as soon as I said puppy. At least we know that they're around. I feel like I've done something wrong. Why are you staring at me like this? You might be able to see some oxpeckers as well, jumping around all over. So red-billed oxpeckers. Hi, African samurai. Samurai. You would like to know if we have four-horned antelope in Africa? No. So, at least the only four-horned antelope I know is the one that's found in Asia, in India and Nepal. I don't know of any African four-horned antelope. Our antelope keep it simple. 2 horns. You will on occasion see an antelope that has some kind of genetic difficulty that has resulted in it having a strange little 3rd horn. I remember seeing a duiker like that. It was more of a bump. Oh, it was definitely a horn, but it was not the same as the others. It was a bit strange. But that's not, that's obviously a, what is the word I'm looking for? Obscurity. It's not the norm. But no, the only 4-horned antelope I know is the one in Asia. I haven't spent a lot of time with eland. But to me, just as a guide that spends time with antelope, their behavior is a little bit odd. But I don't know if I'm just, putting something where there isn't anything happening. They're staring out in certain directions, they're clustered, so it feels like a very defensive kind of behavior that I'm looking at. But at the same time, they're ruminating and the general energy is quite relaxed. So maybe they're just being cautious. Hi, Kenny. You would like to know what percentage of their body is composed of muscle? Kenny, I have no idea at all. I would think a significant amount to be. Oh! That was an interesting attempt. I'm quite sure that was another female. Kenny, I have no idea. But generally speaking, adult wild animals don't have a high percentage of fat. The majority of their weight is muscle and bone. But as youngsters, so young calves, cubs, pups, etc., they are likely to have more fat than compared to an adult. But I have no idea what percentage of their body weight would be muscle. Maybe this behavior is because there's a bull that wants to mate nearby. There, now that was a bull. It looks like quite a young bull, though. Yeah. Mating in the bushes doesn't ever seem to be an affair that both parties enjoy very much. It's kind of more just a necessity. The quicker it can be over with, the better. I wonder if this guy's gonna have a go again. He has a look on his face, is all I can say. So the one I'm looking at is the thick horns. There we go. That's the male. So males obviously have these thicker horns. They're wider. And they're actually a little bit shorter than the females, whose horns are thinner, longer, and a little bit more tightly spiraled. Feels like he's resorting to just bumping females at this time. But because he's quite a young male, I don't think that they're taking him very seriously. And we'll just have to see. Oh, look at that red-billed oxpeck I have here. Good go at the skin of that eland. It's just the one I'm looking at is on the right there. Yep. Well done, eland. Perfect positioning. At least we can still see the oxpecker going through. The way they move through the hair kind of looks a little like something eating corn. Oh, Morgan, what's the name of that Warner Brothers character? That Lecorn, was that his name? The chicken that used to eat the corn and go through. Oh. I'm sure you guys know what I was talking about, but that's what the oxpecker looks like when they go through the hairs of antelope. The oxpecker, of course, looking for parasites, open wounds, anything it can get some blood from, basically. Yes, are you a troublemaker too? It's a male in front of us, and you can see on the underside very clearly a male. It's another small male. They're even behind that bush. I can't see them anymore. You can still see them. And they're still looking at us. So suspicious. Oh, I can hear our pups squealing. Can't see them though. Hi, Eddie. You'd like to know why eland have unicorn-shaped horns? I understand what you mean. You mean spiral-horned. Now, why their horns spiral is not a question that I can really answer. But there are different tribes of antelope that have different types of horns. So, they belong... What was that, Morgan? Okay, we'll keep an eye out there. Sorry, we just got distracted by a jackal pup running with something big in its mouth. So, eland belong to a tribe of antelope that are spiral-horned antelope. Antelopes that have spirals in their horns. Like a bushbuck or a kudu. These have spiraled horns. Why the horns spiral would... The actual spiral has no benefit for us, like for us to see clearly. But the spiral may have been involved in sexual selection. So perhaps within the species, the more spirally one animal's horn was, the more appealing he appeared to females. It could be something like that. But the actual spiral in the horn is a decorative trait. It's not something that helps them survive better. It may help with reproduction in terms of sexual selection. But a lot of the time we have to remember that not every feature of an animal has a particular use. A feature could also be the result of it not causing any problems for the animal. So, for example, say this once upon a time the ancestors of the eland had straight horns that were not spiraled, and then something went wrong with a mutation that was involved, a mutation in the genes that was involved in the growth of the horn, and that antelope came up with spiraled horns. But that wouldn't have caused any problems for the animal. That mutation was not problematic and did not result in that animal's new characteristic causing it to die or there being a decrease in survival rate. So it just persists because it doesn't cause a problem. So we must keep in mind that features can also just be a result of not being problematic, not because they have a specific use. And sometimes when a feature is not, or some kind of mutation that causes a strange feature is not problematic, there may be some environmental condition in the future that will be perfect for that kind of mutation, but we wouldn't know. Or perhaps there was some environmental factor that was perfect for that mutation previously that we don't know about. But now, as it stands, it doesn't hinder or help the antelope to have a spiral horn or a straight horn. But it is helpful in terms of evolution and trees because we can see which animals are grouped together in those tribes. And the most fascinating part of that whole thing was that you called it a unicorn horn. So a unicorn would be, a spiral horned horselope. Horselope. Because it wouldn't have a horn if it weren't a horse, so there must be some sort of cross genetics going on there. So they decided to cross the road and now cross back onto the other side of the road and go about their business. I think that male that was feeling a little bit excited this morning was the one that was causing a bit of disruption to their normal behavior. They were relaxed, but they're not quite relaxed, and then he started jumping all over the place. It can be really tough for young male animals because they have so many hormones coursing through them, and they've got to kind of figure it out. And they're off. I saw something brightly colored on this bush. It was not a Knysna turako. Although I wish it was. I think it was a butterfly in those flowers. It's okay, we can we might just move around a little bit and see, because if that pup did have something that was large and consumable in its mouth, oh, because it wouldn't run far, it would, try and eat it somewhere soon. No signs of life. Eland, we're the last, at least for now. I feel like the pups have actually gotten so used to us that they're now behaving or like in their normal way, which I kind of like. That means that they are having free reign of their den area and just kind of running about, not feeling like they've got to look at us and watch us. What are we? So I think it's a good sign that they're running off and catching stuff, even if we can't see it. Well, let me send you over to Alex in Okokoyo, see what antelopes he's got for you, and we might take a bit of a drive around.
Thanks, Shashala. And yes, we are back here with some Kempsbok, Springbok, and our zebra. So it is perhaps time for us to do a zebra count now that we have a number of them with us. And for those of you wanting to participate, please do send through how many zebra you think are currently with us. And we will then give you an answer just now. I know what's here, and that's just the zebra that are here at the waterhole itself. So right here at the water's edge, those ones just off in the distance, they don't count for now. But, a number of them here currently, and if you do have an answer, please do send that through, and I'll call it out if you have got it correct. Just waiting to see where these wildebeest go, because it's always fun having them around as well. So if those other zebra do decide to come down, we'll add them to our count. Just want to come back out and then I'll zoom in correctly again.
Dark mane. Aside from the dark mane that gave him his name, he can be recognized by a distinctive limp. This limp stems from an injury to his right leg he sustained while taking down a buffalo with the Nkuhuma pride.
And as one harem of zebra kind of leaves the water, there's a bit of a congregation that goes on, or some form of conversation between them all. And then the next transference comes down. So kind of like, what is the 2-for-1 special that is at the waterhole at the moment? Is it clear? Did that Ellie bring up all the silt? Who knows? But I can assume that would probably be along the lines of what they would be chatting about. Hi Gary, not that I know of, but I do know of a number of trackers that used to pick up and take wildebeest tails as well and put them on their sheaths for their knives. And it's also known for sangomas as well. They also use those tails as well, depending on the area too. So there are a number of different uses and things that there are properties with regards to. It does depend on the area and the culture as well though. So we are waiting for the next harem of zebra to come and join us. Seems that there's a bit of hesitancy going on at the moment. I'm not too sure why. Perhaps someone else is moving along the fence line and that's disturbing them a little bit. The other zebra aren't too keen on moving off either, so it's interesting to see. It does look like that hesitance is broken, and we are indeed going to have our zebra with us. So a couple of wading springbok and some more zebra to join us. Hi Amy, and as you can imagine with springbok, they have rather small spur and little hooves as well. I do just want to check up as well, because it might also differ, them being with 3 different subspecies, and these ones being more of the Angolan ones. But I would think the diameter at least, because it is quite a slender footed antelope as well. And a little bit smaller than impala. I actually have never measured a springbok spoor itself. I'm actually just looking at, I'm thinking around 4 centimeters maximum in terms of width. But I do want to double check here. And what the hoop or the spur diameter would be. Lovely having these zebra come this far into the water. A lot of the time they actually just hang around and kind of just skirt the edges of the dam itself. So I'm just trying to find something accurate here. Proving to be a little bit harder. But for those of you that have tuned in, just a reminder to you as well while I look for what I am trying to confirm. It is also the Ask Me Anything or AMA this evening on Darkmane. And sadly this week Wild Earth had to say goodbye to one of our favorite characters, that was Darkmane. He had a very special place in all of our hearts and his legacy will definitely live on for many years to come. So to celebrate the life of this legend, Tessa and Tristan will be hosting this Ask Me Anything or AMA tonight at 8 p.m. Central African time. So please do remember to get your questions ready, as you'll be able to ask all the questions that you may have around Darkmane. So do get those ready and do join us then later on this evening, 8 p.m. CAT, on the Ask Me Anything for Darkmane. So this is also only for explorers, but do get those questions ready, send them through, and I'm sure Tristan and Tess will give you as much information as they can. So still quite a bit going on here. I'm just going to zoom out. It looks like we are in one of those wait and see moments where we wait for the animal numbers to pick up again. Looks like those wildebeest are heading off again there.
Links neben dem kleinen Baum. Links neben dem kleinen Baum. Genau. Ja, ganz klein.
So getting there with regards to the spur size of a springbok and it being a even-toed ungulate. So you have relatively small spur. As I was saying, around 45 centimeters, and from what I can see, at 5.5 centimeters. So I'm yet to track any springbok myself, but I will actually be doing some of that in the next 2 weeks. So looking forward to that experience across in the Kalahari, and then again on the Highveld, doing some Highveld birding after that. So from the 15th to just after Christmas, those are my plans, heading off to Kalahari and then doing Highveld birding after that. But the springbok itself, which I look forward to tracking, as I said, in the next 2 weeks, they have a diameter of around 5.5 centimeters. So that'll obviously be at the base because it is a narrow spur as well. So yeah, for those wanting confirmation, 5.5 centimeters on a spur, springbok spur that is.
Die haben ja so als Herde draußen liegen gesehen. Ja, die machen immer und die liefen so hier am Horizont. Ja, liefen die ganze Zeit. Also so, ich würde mal sagen, 150 Meter Entfernung irgendwie so, ne? Und dann stoppten die auf einmal und da hat dann unser Guide erklärt, so, irgendwas muss da vorne sein, ein Löwe oder was. Das ist immer wieder umgestellt oder was? Das dauert eine Weile. Ja, ja.
So just having a pan around again. It's a springbok all around. And a lovely herd of wildebeest. It is slowly starting to build up here in numbers. So just waiting on our wildebeest. Just hanging off to the side over here. Perhaps they're going to come back and join us. I'm not too sure. A couple of them taking the opportunity, I'm sure, to ruminate. But it definitely seems to be a springbok pool party at the moment.
vorsichtig, ja? Aber jetzt, wenn man weiß, wo sie ist, dann sieht man sie auch so.
So our wildebeest have pushed off. Again, just watching our springbok that are really taking the lead at the waterhole at the moment. Definitely not a bad thing, but interesting to see. So quite cool just watching them mull about for now. Perhaps let's get a bit closer and watch them as they wade in, because it's always quite fascinating watching an antelope wade into water.
Nee, eigentlich nicht. Wir haben jetzt einfach nur ein Schattenblatt nur Stunden. Also das weiß ich vielleicht, weil Pilz ist noch einen besseren Job.
So it looks like our springbok really taking the lead here, but it is time for us to go and check in another location, and that location is Djuma. Let us go and see what is happening across in the Lowveld. So we are currently watching a woodpecker, and to me it looks like a golden-tailed woodpecker, and there is of course a woodlands kingfisher there too, and there is a little woodpecker nest that is here, and this woodpecker does get rather antsy with the woodpecker as well, or with the woodlands kingfisher too. So did chase him off a little while earlier. You can just see how stunning the color is on that woodlands kingfisher. So just waiting to just see where our woodpecker has popped off to. Quite a cool scene that is going on here. So unfortunately with the wind it will come in and out of focus, but just bear with us. We are just again waiting for that woodpecker to come back around. It is popping around, but of course just marveling at the beauty of the woodpecker too. I'm going to just zoom out a bit, just there we go, but the woodpecker will be back here. Just want to, the woodlands kingfisher I mean. The woodpecker though will also be back around. Just make sure, because we'll see quite a lot of colors with both these two birds. So the red on the top of the head, and when we do see its back we'll also be able to see that tail. There were bearded woodpeckers around as well the other day, but both are quite common in the area, as well as the cardinal. I haven't heard that calling just yet, but we'll just have to keep an eye. So what's quite interesting is that these woodpeckers will obviously sit on a perch like they just have, fly off. There was the woodpecker there, down there, but woodlands kingfishers at least. Here we go, looking to take a number of those grubs. So they'll use these little perches quite frequently throughout the course of the day. They are hunting in that area too. So just keeping an eyeball on what is going on, because if that kingfisher does irritate the woodpecker, we will see the woodpecker getting antsy and chasing it away. But what's cool, at least when we are in an area like this and when we do have good visual, this perch is obviously nicely exposed for that kingfisher, so it will use it to come back to as well. So it'll go off, hawk any insects that it may wish to take, because they do primarily eat on insects or feed on insects, these kingfishers at least, as well as little tadpoles, perhaps little baby lizards and that as well, maybe baby chameleons if they are around. But they kind of use these perches and then hawk off them and then come back. So if it does fly out, sometimes a good idea just to keep trained on one area, because we will get it then coming back. And that is the woodpecker calling there, and that is the golden-tailed woodpecker. I think it's just flown off. But for me, from my ID earlier, it was a golden-tailed woodpecker that is here, and it seems to be nesting. So it has a little nest behind here as well. So very cool to see. Love spending time with woodpeckers anyway. And the golden-tailed ones are awesome. Hi Michelle. Does sometimes depend on, there was the woodpecker that just went out, does depend on the weather sometimes. So an overcast day like this, birding could be quite good throughout the day. Generally though, when it is warm, earlier in the morning, so from the dawn chorus through to about mid-morning, 10, 11, is good for finding different feeding and foraging parties. Sometimes just sitting in an area and allowing those foraging parties to come through to you is also a good thing, or picking up where a foraging party might be and then birding in amongst that. So when you do hear a lot of commotion and different bird calls around, then sitting and stopping and allowing them to kind of move around you. But yeah, it does also depend on sometimes the time of the year, obviously the wind that is in an area, so less wind generally does help as well. And at different times in the day, different things will happen. Obviously, as it gets hotter, the birds kind of do wind down a little bit. They don't call as much. Doesn't mean to say that they aren't foraging or aren't busy, but perhaps maybe a little more lethargic in their action. So generally, I would say from the dawn choruses through to around mid-morning is possibly the best. Again, also late afternoon can also be very good, and also depends on the type of birds you're looking to find too. And at least out in the bush, when you are walking or when you are birding throughout bushveld, and even the grassland, you'd want to kind of be active more from sunrise through to around mid-morning. Yeah, so it depends really on the bird type. So, water birds, waterfowl and that, throughout the day, different little pans and moving to different pans. Also different times of the day as well. Might be one or two that might favor more dusk or dawny type scenarios. Again, colonies as well. So weaver colonies might also bring up different interesting birds of prey too. And of course, when it does get hotter and you're looking for thermals and other birds of prey, perhaps vultures, those kind of things also are factors we take into account. But morning for me, definitely one of my favorite times to bird. Of course, here we have some of our residents Inyala and Impala. It'll be interesting to see, because there was a lamb around here yesterday. It doesn't seem like there are any lambs around at the moment, but you can even note the size difference between the Inyala ewe and those Impala ewes too. So quite cool to notice that. Of course, the different colorings on them, stripes and striations on the Inyala, and of course the Impala being pretty uniform. So quite a cool little feeding party going on here at the moment. Lovely to see cross-species interaction. And I suppose foraging going on as well. Also just make out that lilac-breasted roller too. And I can just make out the call of an emerald spotted wood dove. Very cool little dove. Lovely green spot on its wing. There's a blacksmith lapwing there too. Quite an iconic bushveld sound as well. There comes the bull. I just want to see if this is our bull with the growth on its stomach. Memory serves correct, the growth is on the other side. And also clearly far bigger than both the ewes and those impalas as well. Inyala bull. This one's got a very impressive set of horns. Really is quite stunning, so let's get in and have a look. I think he's probably going to have a look at mudding his horns. Yes, so quite a cool behavior to watch. And it's something that Inyala bulls do quite regularly. And it is thought that it's got something to do with making their horns look a bit more imposing. So if there are any competing males around, you know, if his horns do look more imposing, bigger, perhaps larger in size, even in height, you know, that would then deter any of the other males from wanting to compete with it. Quite cool. I'm hoping that that happens again, that he does kind of not wanting to have anything to do with the oxpeckers. Let's just see if he does get his horns into the softer mud on that side over there. Very beautiful in coloration as well. Of course, very sexually dimorphic, and the most sexually dimorphic antelope in Africa, perhaps the world. That being, oh, there we go, getting right in there. Sometimes you even see them with vegetation then once they've done this as well on their horns. So quite awesome.
Dark Mane, our brave Avoca male that captured our hearts, with a voice that boomed across the Sabi sands, has now finally found rest. Join Tess and Tristan on the 26th of November for an AMA in honor of his roaring legacy as a son, brother, father, and as a fighter with a courageous spirit and strong heart that saw him through till the very end. Come with your questions ready.
So I'm just scrolling back to where those woodpeckers are nesting, it seems, as well as at one perch where the woodlands kingfisher seems to be enjoying setting up shop before hunting off. Let's see if we can get a bit closer. Hopefully the camera will focus nicely for us. The wind, I think, maybe going to play a little bit of a part in this. But just noting those colorations, they really are stunning, these woodlands kingfishers. So perhaps even thinking of trying to hijack the woodpecker's nest. Actually finding both of these names quite tongue-tying at the moment. But perhaps maybe thinking of doing some piracy there. Who knows? Something to keep a tab on though. Just waiting to see if we can't pick up on those woodpeckers. Did hear them calling as it went off, so confirmed as a golden-tailed woodpecker, for at least to me. If anyone else has a differing opinion or would like to correct me if I am wrong, please do send that through. It's very easy to make mistakes every now and then, so if I am incorrect, let me know, but I do think it was a golden-tailed woodpecker. Let us zoom back out. Can't seem to make out, but really enjoying seeing this woodlands kingfisher. Also that lovely red on its bill too, so very cool. It's also, that is the call of it. And that strikingly colored bird, that is the bird that makes that sound. So I'm just trying to have a look and see if there isn't any other action that is around here. We can enjoy our impala for a little longer. See if Dewey's around. He was here yesterday, but he did walk off yesterday evening. Doesn't look like any evidence of a hippo at the moment. You can just hear the undertones of that emerald spotted wood dove. For me, one of my favorite sounds when I am in areas where they do occur. I love hearing them. You hear them obviously towards the peak of midday as well. It's always quite cool if you are resting up and you have that going off. Very relaxing sound. But yeah, doesn't seem like much else going on. Inyala gave us the slip, and it seems a herd of impala as well. Some of the cloud cover does look like perhaps maybe burning off, although it does look quite heavy set. So as the heat does build throughout the day, at least in this area. Great chance of rain falling later on, perhaps only later on this evening, but my money is that at some part of the day, at least in the area, can be quite sporadic too. So it could rain maybe 40 km south of here, not have any rain here. So interesting just to note. And what's quite interesting too is about 3 weeks or so ago, there were 16 Egyptian geese around here. And it doesn't look like a soul, but we are joined with a lovely bull ellie, and he really is a specimen. Look at that! Wow, magnificent tusks on this bull. Massive head and shoulders too. Having a sniff. He's sensing on anyone else that might be around. Definitely going to spend some time with the bull ellie. So our second bull ellie of the morning, and of course in a very different location and setting than our earlier one, and both really impressive bulls. Pretty massive. That typical confident ellie gait or stroll that they do have. You see that kind of bounce and sway that they have going on. Really incredible bull. Zena, so it's not that they necessarily like to travel alone, it's I suppose sometimes they also just need a break from everyone too. Quite often or not though, these bigger bulls are also trailed and followed by younger bulls. Those younger bulls are sometimes then called askaris, because they do then pick up a lot of what it is to be a bull ellie, and how to be a bull ellie, and where to find the best water, and the distances you need to travel to find the best herds or feed or anything else like that. So these big bull ellies become mentors, but at times these mentors also need their own space too. So that's why it's sometimes not uncommon to see them by themselves, perhaps also coming in or out of must. That could also be the case, but obviously in big systems and open systems such as the Greater Kruger, the dynamics are a little bit more different to a system where it is enclosed, where perhaps there's only one bull or two bulls. So there's a lot of interaction that does go on, and it's not uncommon to even see small parties of bulls even moving throughout an ecosystem or a system that is open like this. So even greater numbers than say 21 or so that might be moving around as adult bulls or younger bulls with adult bulls as well. So it can change up. This bull really is incredible. And you'll see how he's just sucking off the surface of the water, not wanting to disturb or anything, wanting the clear fresh water that's found on the top, and clearly getting right to it. So it is definitely a tactic that you see elephant do use when they are drinking, normally sifting that water off the top of the surface as well. He really is a very awesome ellie, and you can clearly see here, I was mentioning earlier how the bulls that we notice up in Okakuyo and Etosha have little to no hair on their tails, and how hairy this ellie bull's tail is in comparison. So I think it's something that is regional, perhaps genetic to the ellies that are found in both areas. But this ellie, and at least the ellies that I know, have generally got quite a lot more hair on their tails. So much like this bull here, this being the area that I've known for a very long time, but very different to those Etosha ellies without the hair on their tails. So just sitting here and enjoying the presence of this bull, Really magnificent. He does look like he also is a right tusked bull. Very cool. Lovely to see this. So what a magnificent sighting we've got here, and lovely just to be able to kind of switch off and just enjoy this bull going through his routine. Candice, you're so right. It really is such a serene and peaceful scene at the moment watching this Ellie. Really, sometimes it's just good to not say anything and just enjoy what is going on around us. Very peaceful Ellie at that, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Just enjoy this Ellie as he goes, has a drink before he moves off into the bush. It really is so cool. What a magnificent Ellie bull. I'm hoping he does turn to face us, but it looks like it's time to just spray himself up. Getting his trunk in far deeper into the water now than he was when he was drinking, so definitely getting to that more silty layer. in fact giving himself a layout. So almost like elephant graffiti going on at the moment. Very cool. Resting his trunk on his tusk now. Possibly just taking a little bit of a breather. Yeah, looks like just relaxing. And then as soon as the tip of his trunk hitting the water there, getting a bit blocked, realizing what's going on. So he might change position a bit now. Let's just have a look. Perhaps going to take the opportunity to rest just up here. So it's been so awesome sitting here with our bull Ellie, really treating us to a proper Saturday show. But it is also time for us to head across to Rolf, say good morning and hello, or actually good afternoon and hello to him, and see what's going on in Kariega.
Hello and welcome to the Kariega Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. My name is Rolf Kirsten and well, this is our newest member of the Kariega family. Earlier this morning when I first came out, I discovered that it had indeed been born. So wonderful news that we have, and there's also a lot of Blesbok babies that were born overnight as well. And this little one sticking close to mom, and when mom blocks it from the one side, you can actually see how long its legs are, that it literally disappears behind the opposite side of mom. But this little one is no more than a few hours old. You can still see that it's a bit wobbly on its feet. Mom's been licking it, as she might do now some more. It is still quite tired. It's been lying down a lot, as little babies do, but if need be, it can run and keep up with her. But she's taking wonderful care of it, and just lovely to see. And I'm sure there's going to be a few more around in the next couple of days. We've had some rain around this morning, so it's a bit patchy. It's coming and going, very overcast, and we do expect rain later this afternoon as well as into tomorrow. So it's strange, well, not strange, but it's interesting. It's probably well timed for the animals to give birth now that it's nice and cool. A little bit of rain. It's not going to be extremely heavy rain that's forecast, but enough to keep everybody nice and chilled. And that's maybe a good thing for the zebra as well as the blesbok. So good timing, that it's not going to be too hot immediately after they're born. I did also see that there were some jackals around earlier. Maybe going to be trying their luck with these new little babies around. It does attract them. The smell of blood. So that's just a little baby there that is now getting cared by Mom. I'm on a nice viewpoint here, so we get to see lots of animals here over the plains. The rhino have disappeared. I'm wondering, Tandia, I haven't seen her for the last couple of days, and I'm wondering, we do think that she's pregnant, and I wonder if there is going to be a new little addition when she shows up. I don't want to get my hopes up, but it is possible that she could have given birth. Who knows? Some Inyala bulls there. I've been trying to find the little baby blesbok from up here, but they seem to be well hidden in the grass. I haven't been able to spot them. You can see it is rather dark and gloomy. Lots of cloud cover. The black cuckoo continuously calling. Some impala running across the plains. Let's see if we can spot any of these baby blesbok. So Alison, now I just need to remind myself which diseases the zebra are prone to. I'm pretty sure they get rinderpest. And heart water. I think those are the two that they will contract, although they haven't had any of that around here, so they don't seem to really have too much of a problem in these parts. It's normally when there's droughts that the animals do start to pick up those kind of sicknesses. With it being all year rainfall here, even when there is drought, we still get rain, but it's just a lot less than we're accustomed to. You know, when you speak of that, I think in London, if it doesn't rain for 2 weeks, it's considered a drought, whereas here, if it doesn't rain for 2 or 3 months, it's considered a drought. And even when it is in drought, everything still remains green, so it never really looks like we're going through a dry period. We've just come out of a dry period, and it seems like there's a new El Niño cycle beginning, so we're heading into a very wet period, and the last couple of months has been showing that. So it's good to replenish all the river and dam water levels, because there has been major water shortages around the entire Eastern Cape. Gqeberha or Port Elizabeth is the dam levels are sitting at about 15%, and that's as a whole. But so that's only about 10% usable water, and many of the towns smaller than Gqeberha itself have actually run out of water in the last few years. Port Alfred hit day zero about 3 years ago. Makanda, the old Grahamstown, they've been without water for about 5 years, and everybody flocks to a local spring where you get your fresh drinking water. So around these parts we have learnt to live with very little water, but also a lot of people are going looking after themselves, collecting rainwater, such as myself. So we put up our tanks and we collect it off the roof because we get decent rain, so we've been able to keep ourselves going on our own, which is good, I believe. But it doesn't make it easy for any of the sort of essential services, such as, at hospitals and so on. They've also had to do the same, but it is a lot of capital outlay, and not everybody can afford to buy big water tanks, etc.
Here at Wild Earth, we strive to show you that animals have emotions like humans do. And this festive season, we are celebrating their sentience with our new Animals Have Emotions range. Help us bring awareness to animals this Christmas with our new designs that launch on Black Friday at a discounted price. Because empathy for animals is the key in the conservation mission. Head to the Wild Earth shop to find out more.
There's that little cutie again. Up on its feet once more, which is a good sign. And taken well care of by Mum. It's amazing how they are so well developed once they are born, but all anti-predator sort of evolutionary behavior, so that they can immediately that's where, you know, if you say they landed on their feet, it's very true. It's not long and they are on their feet. It's within an hour or so. And you wouldn't believe that that little baby is less than a day old. Still a little bit wobbly, and it's all legs. Looks like it wants a drink from Mum. And instinctively knows that it, you know, to drink from its mother. Very, very cute. So that's the second one. So not the first, and it won't be the last. Bit of gusty wind coming through now. Coming from the southwest, and that's where this system is coming from, bringing the rain. So, grey, rainy Eastern Cape, but lovely news with the new born babies, both zebra and blesbok. There's somewhere that I'm pretty sure there might be some clouds, but if there is any rain, it will only be little ones, because their rains come in sort of January to March. But time to head to Okukuyu.
Many thanks, Rolf, and fantastic that some of the youngsters are starting to show up down there. As you said, rain up here, few and far between at the moment. And we did have some a couple of days back, but I'm sure we can only hold out for another month or so, and then we'll be inundated. But we do have a lovely giraffe with us now, some hemspot and springbok and zebra. So a lot going on at the moment, and you can't complain when there's a lot going on. Always awesome to watch the giraffe. So I'm going to get closer in on our giraffe, because I haven't really spent too much time with the Jerrys today. She's quite small, so lovely sighting and a nice way just to listen to what else is going on around us, but also just focus on one of the characters that is present. So quite a lot going on at the moment. Almost looks like that giraffe's ruminating in between sips. And going back to it. Looks like that might be the end of its drinking session. We'll just have to wait and see though. Hi Aaron, yes, it really is fascinating that one reason why they have to do that is because their necks are actually too short to actually reach down. So their legs and the rest of their body is far longer than their necks, and they can't get low enough with their necks then. But also obviously from that height and that distance, that obviously requires a number of different body mechanisms that allow for a giraffe then to be able to drink like that too. So certain valves that open and close, predominantly close when they are down there so that the blood pressure doesn't rush to their head. And then obviously that heart of theirs being able to pump that blood all the way up to their head when they are standing erect too. So very fantastic and always awesome to watch giraffe drink. Anyway, just want to scroll back out and see who is around. The Springbok are definitely our number one attendees today. It looks like a small little harem of zebra joining us. So we're going to go into them and wait for everyone else to kind of come down and join us too. So awesome, just having a close-up perspective of our zebra. Obviously we just did have our giraffe, but nice to get on a small little harem of zebra here. Always is amazing how those stripes kind of lead into each other and then fade out and lead in. Really, really very cool geometric shapes that are made when they do stand next to each other like this. So we have some Gemsbok slowly making their way down as well. But really cool being this close to our zebra at the moment. I'm just going to zoom out though a bit and get a gauge on what else is happening around us. I'm hoping we get some of the Gemsbok in the water itself. giving us that wading show that they do. So just scrolling out a little bit here, making sure we have full control over what we are looking at and who we are looking at too. So it seems like the shade from the camel thorn has kind of been avoided by the springbok today. I'm not too sure why. Clearly not as hot as it was the other day. It's like a conveyor belt of springbok that have been coming in and out. So kind of from the north and feeding off to the south. It's been very interesting just watching how... I think we've got one of the herons just standing in there. I did hear one call earlier. Yeah, and it is one of our black-headed herons. It's springbok too. So perhaps these gamespok are going to come down. They do like approaching from this northern bank here and then walking down towards the center. So let's just wait and see if that is exactly what happens.
So you see there's a big bed there in the water.
Oh, okay.
It's a black-headed heron. Heron.
Braucht jemand eine Sonnenbrille?
Du hast irgendwo da. Bitte um Sichtweite. Wo ist der Vogel jetzt hin? Der steht da.
Da steht er noch. Okay. Rufina? Rufina?
Das ist ein Staat aus Namibia.
Zeig mal. Ja, ja.
Der ist klein. Eine Sonnenbrille lacht er, ja. Das ist die Sonnenbrille?
Ja.
Ah.
Das ist noch nicht mal die.
Nee, sonst. Zur Not hätte er die hier nehmen können.
Nee, wenn sie nicht hier gehen, noch mal jemand.
The giraffe going big. It's doing already.
So it looks like my prediction is coming through, and I thought these gamespok will approach in from the northern side of the bank and then hopefully make their way into the center. So I'm going to just zoom out and hope that that is exactly what happens. So it does look like they are getting the memo. At least it was received on that end. So grateful to head office right now. And hopefully we're going to get them in a little further. It's always cool when them and the springbok are around and you get to see them both wading in.
This is natural. No.
So while the gamespok did get my memo, it's time for us also to be reminded that today and this afternoon is in fact Animal Bingo, and Bingo is back. And I wonder who will be crowned the winner this week. So Juma Pridelands, Amakhala, and Madikwe will all have their own bingo boards where they will mark the animals off on their cards during the sunset safari this afternoon. So make sure that you are available and do tune in, because I'm sure we are in for quite an action-packed afternoon. And again, any of you wanting to put a wager on who you think might win, let us know, because we'll definitely give you a shout out as well. But who it will be remains to be seen. I'm sure the weather might actually play a part today. It remains to be seen though. And I'm not too sure who the clear favorite is at the moment. Cedric is not around, so he seems to be the one that takes the most crowns, or has the most crowns at least. So we'll have to see how it all pans out this afternoon. But do stay tuned for that, obviously. It will be coming to you just after Penguin Beach.
Das ist schon cool, ganz so mit eigenem Wasser. Nee, was soll ich ja machen? Das sind die alle verdursten.
Hi Mandy, you look at how deep these oryx have kind of waded in at the moment. We want to talk to the deepest areas. I do think it is around 1.5 odd meters deep at its deepest though. It's quite a flat waterhole too. And obviously with that it is also pumped too. So I mean it is obviously a very flat area as well, so it's not the deepest of waterholes. So I think roughly around 1.5 odd meters deep. Very cool. So it was lovely seeing this scene when it is here. Again, also just waiting to see if any of the other springbok do kind of wade in or anything else. It does look like we are going to be waiting for a little bit longer for anything else to come and join us. Doesn't seem like anything else off in the horizon, on the distance at least for now. Hi Patrick, so this water itself is pumped into the dam, so no, I would not think that that is the case, at least here, because there's obviously a fresh source of water flowing into here. Where water does become, or start to become, less palatable and obviously harmful to animals is when there's a lack of oxygen or fresh water going in. So some of the pan systems in that, they do become rather acrid as well. And obviously if things have been wallowing, wading in there, defecating in there too, you know, that's obviously going to take away from the purity of that water as well. So with regards to, you know, dams and that where the water sources have become kind of, you know, detrimental to other animals or mammals needing to drink it. I did mention earlier about blue algae in the Kruger Park, and that was caused by an overpopulation of hippo that were obviously defecating within those water holes as well. And, you know, with the lack of oxygen and the algal bloom that then came out of that, that did become toxic to a number of the mammals and animals that were drinking that water then afterwards, or being forced even to drink that water afterwards. So it really does come down to a number of different variables that are around. Of course, lack of oxygen being one, you know, other animals defecating within the water as well. You know, lack of fresh rain again is maybe another natural way of thinking about it. And of course, tampering then by human beings, perhaps poisoning a water source. That has also been on the rise, and it is really dreadful. Something that I really abhor. But yeah, if that can be averted and if that behavior can cease, I think it'll take a lot of education and that as well to get through. That really isn't adequate, because you kind of set everything in the area against itself if you do poison a water source. So it really is detrimental to a lot of things, and really should not be the way that people should be looking at harvesting animals for their means or for other illicit means as well. So yeah, there's obviously, as I alluded to, those are generally the reasons, at least off the top of my head, that you know, a water source might become contaminated or not be of drinking suitability for anything really. So again, looks like a lot of the animals are starting to push on for now, at least. I'm sure there'll be other waves of them coming through, but it's just one of those moments where we do just have a little bit of a dry spell, and then I'm sure we'll kick off again. Bit of a quiet moment at the moment. One or two gemsbok coming in, of course. Drips and drabs of springbuck as well. It really is quite fantastic anyway that we do have all of this. There's a couple of clouds building off in the distance. Definitely going to be an interesting and special sunset here later on as well because of that. It's lovely to hear all the different birds and that too.
To sit down around a fire in conversation is a practice as old as mankind. There is an ancient sense of magic about sharing and learning as embers twirl into the night sky. Here at Wild Earth, we see the value of this practice and want to retain it in an age where so much divides us. If you sign up to be an explorer, you can join in this gathering and return to the ritual of connection with Wild Earth.
So again, just waiting to see what is going on, but enjoying a quiet moment here with our Springbok at the moment. And our Gemsbok are definitely vacating and leaving us. It seems that one Gemsbok is kind of hanging back. I'm not too sure why that is the case. But interesting things always happening around here anyway. So let's just have a look. I always try and keep a lookout for those terrapins that Rolf did tell me about. But I haven't seen too many of them. I'm just also keeping a tab on the developments that might be occurring off in the distance away from us. Looks like some kudu coming to join us. We're going to wait for these kudu to come join us, spend some time with them. Pretty sure they won't be around for too long, but it's not really a problem. Quite young kudus as well. Which is interesting, but I'm pretty sure there's a number of others probably off in the thicket there, or perhaps in the Mapani line too. Hi Hannah, yes, it is really peaceful. Lots going on, but yeah, it does, I suppose, like in any waterhole, the numbers of everything kind of increase and then decrease, but at the moment very peaceful indeed. There are times when there's a lot going on and it's hard to keep up with all the action. Quite precious just watching these younger kudu at the moment. Cool silhouette as well here present at the moment. Nice again just to sit here with them. As I say, they are, I'm sure, joined by a number of others. They are always found in loose associations, and the fact that the younger ones are here by themselves is going to cause for alarm. It is probably likely that there are a number of adults just off in the thicket to the south of us. Really is quite a special scene at the moment. Really wanting to be quite close to each other, obviously feeling a little scared around here. I suppose that is probably the benefits of having quite a close relationship with his probably cousins. But again, that is speculation. But clearly quite close, these two kudus. Hi Robin, this must be where they feel the most comfortable. A lot of the other animals that we've shown you already today, Springbok and the Gemsbok, do walk in. The zebra do also to some degree, and so do the wildebeest when they're around. Also the black rhinos too. Ellies also get quite deep in it. But some of the antelope are a little bit more skittish, a little bit more wary about what goes on, and this is clearly just where they feel comfortable with having a drink right now. But that is currently at the water's edge. The impala are also quite prone and privy to doing that. And when the eland were here the other day, they were also very much the same. And when I did see that red hartebeest, that was also, again, very much in the same kind of behavior that was going on there. So our kudu clearly did leave us, but we are here still with springbuck, and a number of them indeed. Also that one gemsbuck that was with us earlier, just hanging off on that game trail that leads down here. So quite cool to see these springbuck here at the moment, getting a little deeper in, some more comfortable around the fringes of the waterhole. But I'm sure it does cool them down when they are in. It must be pretty warm at the moment. Hornbills are still around as well. I'm trying to figure out what bird this is that he's calling now. If anyone knows, please let me know. A new sound for me. However, let's zoom in here. So there's one or two weavers, but I'm thinking that this is some form of robin chat it's calling. Of course, there's the acacia pie barbet. Sun really starting to reach the peak of its heat though. Just gonna scan around again just to see, and also make sure we don't miss out on any of the action. Sometimes you do notice some of the bigger herds forming off in the distance, and that kind of sets up at least some form of game plan. So Springbok still milling through though. It does look like there's a bit of action off there too. So just waiting to see what's going on here. Looks like some wildebeest and some kudu just off here. So it seems that that is where most of the action is. Let's just wait and see. Clearly some wildebeest just off here. I'm just waiting for them to make their way through. So interesting which path they might take to join us. So it does seem that slowly the numbers are going to be picking up, but while we wait for those numbers to pick up, let's check in with Trishala and Morgan and see what they've got up to.
We spent some time in this open area about 10 minutes away, hoping to see some meerkats because there have been reports of meerkats in that area. But unfortunately, none were there when we were. So now we've taken a slow drive back around, had a look at what other animals are out and about. And we've come back again to our jackal den. The little pups were on the road for a little bit, and then of course, they ran off. And now we're just enjoying waiting here in the bush. It's never really waiting, it's always an activity just to be here and to listen to the birds and look at the trees and smell the air. And that's what we're doing. There's a southern boo-boo in this tree. I can't see it, but I can hear it, and it's the bird that you're hearing as well, quite loudly. I can hear a black cuckoo as well. Heard a dove in the background. All these wonderful sounds. It's very peaceful. I have a feeling that maybe we arrived at nap time. Feels like the whole bush has kind of gotten a little silent. Oh, here's some squeals, but again it's behind the bush, always out of our view. I think the best time to come to the den, I would say hard to say when the best time is, because sometimes they're out when it's in the middle of the day and sometimes it's at night. So we just have to keep visiting, I suppose. I can hear a black-headed oriole. And of course it stops calling. The eland have even moved off. So I wonder what we could do next. In fact, you can even tell me where you think you would like me to go, what you think you would like to see. I can make it happen, or at least I can try. Sammy, you'd like to know if the pups are likely to come out at night? Yep. So they are mostly nocturnal, but it often depends on the area. Like in certain areas, they can be more diurnal than they are nocturnal. And black-backed jackals are less nocturnal than side-striped jackals are. So essentially the cubs can come out at any time. It doesn't really matter whether it's day or night. It's just that there's more movement and more activity at night. I was really hoping that the Turaka would come and join us, but unfortunately not. So what do you say? What would you like to see? What can I try and find for you? I've been looking in all the trees, looking for insects and all of that, but I haven't found any really cool ones to show you. In fact, I haven't found very many at all. So let me know. Shall we move on, Morgan? I feel like there isn't going to be any movement. But you just watch. As soon as I turn on, something might happen. Lenny, you would like to see some secretary bird chicks? Maybe this afternoon during PM Safari. It is a very far drive from where we are now. So during the PM Safari, Lenny, we can definitely go there. Oh. We went the wrong spot. I think my tire is in a hole. My left tire is in a hole. We will be here for now. There's so much play. Let me send you to Alex and Okakoya while I try to get my wheel out of this hole and try to get us a better look at these jackal pups.
Well, back again, and as expected, our wildebeest did come through and join us. Those ones that were just off here at the thicket we were waiting on. So they did come through. They don't hang around for the longest. They don't need as much water as some of the other animals and antelope that are around here. And it does look like they are going to be heading off. So it looks like we'll have to spend some time with the springbok and this lonesome gemsbok that is here. But it looks like most of the springbok have pushed off. And we are just going to have to sit tight and wait for what we need to have unfold. So we've got one lone springbok that has now joined our gemsbok. And as the heat does start to rise, I think we can expect the activity and action to kind of drop off. So things will start to find the shade more appealing. Perhaps shooting through for a quick drink, but then definitely finding some refuge under any of the shade or trees that are just off over there in the distance. Quite interesting just to watch and keep track of. So it looks like Gemsbok is slowly coming through. Obviously, first getting the better of the Springbok. It does look like we've got a few more Springbok coming down. One or two more animals just off in the Mopani thicket to the north of us. I'm just going to have to wait and see.
What is your role at Eco Trading? Tell us more.
I'm very excited to actually be talking on a more personal level.
2, 1, live.
Some early information before it kind of hits the wire.
General banter, just connecting.
We do have a few zebra off to the left of us. Some more Springbok coming through as well. So it does look like eventually prayers are going to be answered and we are going to have a bit more action going on. But a couple more wildebeest as well down there. I think it might be the ones that were with us though anyway. But we're just going to have to wait it out. The clouds are definitely building though for the afternoon. So let's just see how it all unfolds. Quite a cool scene though with this Springbok in the water. So slowly the numbers of animals building up, and patience is starting to pay off, but it does look like we are a little... still at the moment a couple of zebra off to the south. As I mentioned, there's one or two, it looks like Gemsbok coming down as well, and of course a number of springbok that are with us. So it does look like we're going to be spending a little bit of time waiting for the rest of the wildlife to get through to us here. And while we wait for that to happen, why not spend some time across in Mashatu and see what is going on there. And really, what a different scene that we do have right now. So lovely to have elephants. It looks like the water level has risen once again. At least to me, it looks like that's the case. Perhaps rain overnight, but it is quite overcast, and it has been like this throughout the course of the day. Just not much going on, but fantastic to have our elephant back. A number of them walking in and out of the shot at the moment. And Mashatu delivering. So really, really cool right now. Lovely to hear that bird chorus in the back. Nice to have them all back with us too. Haven't been able to notice any of our geese, that being the spurwing geese or the Egyptian geese just yet. Also keeping an eye out for the dabchick that has also popped up and become a new resident. Quite a cool scene unfolding at the moment with these eddies. So really lovely, nice to be able to just sit and enjoy our ellies. I'm going to try and get a bit closer. Hopefully we won't have any issues. Quite a cool skyline as well at the moment, those clouds in the distance. It does look like it's lifting a bit, but it does look like there is quite a high chance of moisture and rainfall for the next few days here. So let us just enjoy our ellies. We have had a number of bull ellies. Obviously the two bulls that we saw earlier, the one in Djuma and the other in Okakuyo, and now a breeding herd. So Lovely to have the mix up. Looks like one bull here to the left as well, but some lovely youngsters going off and playing around just off the back here. And the weather being quite cool, I'm sure these ellies are thoroughly enjoying their time around the waterhole right now. Always good to see our ellie friends here in Mshatu, Pam. So lovely that they came through to join us, and so awesome that we could bring them through to you as well. Lots going on, lovely birds. I think a number of quelea and maybe just a number and chorus of birds that is going on in the moment, with all of them going off at the same time. Sometimes it kind of all molds into one sound. There seems to be quite a lot going on, so almost like congregation of sorts. Really awesome to hear. Kind of drowning out any of the other bird calls that might be going on at the moment as well. So lots of starlings, I'm sure, quellias, buntings, waxbills, maybe the odd canary, quelea maybe, some weavers. So very interesting just to note. I know it really depends on where we are and what area we're talking to, and also the season of the year as to how far those ellies will, or the herd will have to travel. So for example, the desert ellies in Namibia, they probably have to travel the furthest. There is a second or another known bunch of desert elephant up in Mali, although there aren't many of them left due to a lot of war and that has been raged throughout there, so they are highly endangered in terms of the desert elephants. There's also small isolated pockets of elephants in Eritrea as well. So in those drier areas, you can expect them having to walk quite far distances. Obviously, right now where we are at the moment, there's a lot of groundwater in that too, so the ellies don't really have to travel that far. So location, that is in terms of geographic location, and the season. So if it is out of wet season and in the driest or even droughts as well, will also dictate as to how far a herd would have to travel for a water resource. But you can bet your bottom dollar that the desert elephants are the ones that have to travel the furthest. And that can be up to 100 kilometers, I think, at times. Really depends on the water sources. Also, it'll come down to which water sources might have water in them too. So noted as well that desert elephants have also adapted to being able to use their pineal glands as water storage as well. That allows them to travel a little bit further. We're just enjoying our ellies as they mill about here. Obviously, completely different scenes to both Djuma and the Sabi Sands and, of course, Kikuyu. It does look like some rain would be needed here. This green flash does look like it is slowly burning off. I'm sure a top-up would help everyone going forward as well. Might mean that we see a little bit less of the ellies for a few days, but if the vegetation and the environment needs it, and we can't complain, and we should be grateful. We've got a couple more ellies coming to join us at the moment. That's why it's always awesome just to sit and watch the game trails that lead through to here. Obviously, with it being quite thick, it's quite hard sometimes to make out what is going on, but clearly at the moment I can just see 3 that have definitely come through. There's 1 or 2 more in the background, so that's now 4 that are now coming through to join us. So just watching these new ellies approach. So there were 4 and looks like they are coming through. So lovely to have our elephant numbers building. Really cool just being able to sit and watch what's going on. I'm sure with some of the younger ones we might get some interaction now. Perhaps 1 or 2 maybe even trying a swim. So always cool just to check in what is going on. So quite cool, a lovely scene playing out here. Lovely relaxed elephants, an awesome backdrop, and a relaxing Saturday afternoon. So just taking a moment to thoroughly enjoy our ellies, watching them just have a drink, listening to any of the sounds that they do make. We do have our family of Egyptian geese now in front of us, the 1 gosling left, and looking like it's pretty close to being fully fledged too. And Quelea flying across. I'm sure there are a couple of indigo birds and even wide eyes on that might be around as well. That's really cool, and well done on the geese for getting that final gosling through to this stage of its life. quite cool seeing where those Egyptian geese have got up to and how close they are to that one little elephant over there. I just want to see if perhaps it might even spray or splash water at the geese, because they can be rather temperamental, and the young ones like to throw their toys out the cot around water. It's interesting just to see how that interaction might pan out. Yes, Linda, it really is a wonderful backdrop and really relaxing. So, a lovely way to spend some time just watching and enjoying the presence of elephants, and in an awesome setting like this as well. You can actually just hear some of the cicadas now. It seems that a lot of those quail and that were calling have decided to move on from the area. It's interesting how the dynamics have changed, and the different sounds have obviously also adapted and moved on too. Got some more elephant coming to join us. Really just lovely scenes playing out here. Not much to complain about. Lovely to just watch, sit here and enjoy. So it's quite cool having this consistent stream of elephant descending upon us here and just kind of popping out of the green thicket along the game path towards us. So no complaints at all. Really enjoying just being able to see how this all pans out, because there's a little bit of interaction that we can watch and see now. Greetings and the rest as well. Maybe one or two of them might push off, but others definitely going to be enjoying themselves. Hi Nancy, yes they would. It does also again depend on the amount of resources and seasonal and seasonality as well sometimes, but it would definitely occur, and it does occur as well with regards to the rewilding of elephants. And I've done some of that up in Zimbabwe with a good friend of mine. I happen to run the Zimbabwe Elephant Nursery, and what they do is rewild orphaned ellies into the wild with obviously elephants that are in the area. So they do then take them in and they go and explore, and they obviously form part of those social networks then. So it does happen. And sometimes with the younger calves, what would happen then is that if a mother or a cow was still lactating and it perhaps lost a calf of her own, then she would be able to look after that calf. But being able to supply enough milk for even 2 babies is quite a stretch itself. So at least in Kenya, I know there being only 5 records of twins being born in Kenya, and then obviously making it through too. So it is rather tough then for a cow to then look after a second calf. But perhaps if it had an older calf and was still lactating, a younger calf would then be able to be fit in. But older orphans definitely fit far easier into those systems, and they are adopted then and are taken on in areas where that does happen, and that's where it happens naturally. But it's not unheard of, and it does occur and does happen. Quite cool having some of these youngsters now venturing in a little deeper into the water. Just a lovely scene, and so awesome to have this constant throughfare of elephant in on us.
This is what I love about lionesses.
So just watching these ellies mull about. As I said, a couple more of them off in the distance, slowly becoming bigger grey blobs. There's actually one drinking here as well, so trying to drink at least from its mom. But they are definitely enjoying the fresh water off the rocky point that's here too. So lovely to see. But this is definitely where our attentions are going to be focused. Just waiting on those other ellies to join us, and perhaps some interaction there from there. But very relaxing moment right now. One or two of them resting to some degree, otherwise enjoying the fresh water that is pumped out. It's amazing how quiet it's gone now. That it sounds like most of those quelea that were around have all dispersed. Just the cicadas and sound of the ellies either moving through the water or drinking the water. One or two of them taking the opportunity to rest, as I've noted. And it looks like one or two of them have kind of disappeared. The ones that I thought were coming through. But I'm sure that that is just because they are currently behind some vegetation. So let's just wait and see, because it really is very peaceful here, and enjoying ellies is always fun. So Alice, let's just look at the elephant structure and build, and that will kind of then start to inform the answer. So if you look towards the front of them, where most of their weight would be, so trunk, head, shoulders, core organs, lungs, heart. So the heaviest part is generally around their neck, shoulder area, because that's where the most muscle would then be. And skeletally wise, that is how they hold up, you know, those big heads and trunks and that as well. So the heaviest part's definitely towards the front, and the shoulder area around there. Shoulder, neck to head area would be the heaviest part of where an elephant is, primarily because of what is all there. So you can even see it as they stand here, and also when you track elephants, you'll note that their front feet are bigger than their back feet, more wide in diameter and a bit thinner on their back feet as well. So when we do track them, it does become a little bit easier to figure out which is the back and which is the front pad or foot. So it's been so awesome just to sit here and watch. But something to sit and watch that is very different to this is seeing a live animal hunt. and it is something that you will remember for the rest of your life. And even though these sightings can be very emotional, it does form part of the circle of life. So this Saturday and tomorrow the 27th, during all of our live shows, we will be playing some of our amazing animal hunt clips that Wild Earth have gathered over the years. Our naturalists will also be discussing the strategy and the tactics of those hunts and how it is crucial in order for those animals to catch food. So for any of our sensitive viewers, don't worry. It's not going to be anything gruesome or bloodthirsty, but rather a way for you to understand more about the importance of hunting and for the predator's survivals. So do stay tuned. We will obviously be bringing those through to you throughout the live safari later on, and again tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon too. So do stay tuned. There are a number of interesting clips and a number of interesting methodologies that these predators and other animals do use in order to make sure that they survive. You can just make out the sound of those ellies drawing the water up their trunk at the moment. So really special. Kind of like when there's a little air pocket and you're sucking out of a straw. It kind of sounds like that. So I'm just waiting to see where those other ellies that were just off in a kind of clearing in their next thicket line, where they have missioned off to, perhaps further off to the left, and I'm sure they might then follow the game trail back towards us. It does look like these two ellies are really just switching off and enjoying a quiet drink, probably a little siesta before they head off to browse and feed again. More than likely to be grazing now because it's coming into that summer month, but there's a lot of food resource around for them, so they do kind of have their pick, almost like an elephant buffet. So a little bit more bird life coming through at the moment. Some different things than normal. And you see here also the Woodlands Kingfisher too. The Camaratra as well. And what I think is some form of robin chat, but I do need to just brush up on some calls later on. But quite a cool skyline as well. So with that very heavy set cloud that is obviously in the area, you can make out quite a bit of the movement as well that has been going on. So what that foretells for later, I'm not too sure just yet. I'm sure it is going to be rather hot, muggy and humid here in Mashatu at the moment. I can see another one of those ellies just off towards this clear line, just literally directly behind the two ellie that are with us at the moment too. A lot of the surface water, at least around here, seems to have kind of dried up, so I'm sure the next deluge or downpour will be well received by the ground and vegetation, as well as the animals. Like something with a big wing flying around here, perhaps one of the geese. So just watching some of those ellies in the background, these others just here having a drink, listening to the sound of them actually just drawing in that water into their trunks. I'm trying to just keep a tab on any other movement that is going off just in this clearing in front of us. I'd love you to be able to spend the time that we have today with our elephants. Really relaxing. It does seem that not too much is coming on. Looks like the sun is slowly trying to break through over there, but I don't think to any avail. I'm going to have one last little pan around, perhaps see if there aren't any impala around. There's been some good impala numbers around. Still waiting to see if there are any lambs here. If they have dropped. As well as also waiting to pick out some of the foam nest frogs, but maybe with another deluge of rain. There's actually a giraffe just off there. Nice to see the giraffe. But also just waiting on those foam nest frogs as well, those nests to start appearing here. It will obviously with that overhanging vegetation that is around. So quite a bit of action going on and around. You also hear that lilac-breasted roller calling. So I think we'll just sit here with basically our 3 elephants. So the first 2 in front of us, and then of course that other individual pretty far off into the bush, but pretty much directly slap bang in front of them or behind them, whichever way you want to call it. Really a very peaceful and lovely way to have spent this last few moments. And what a way to bring on a relaxing Sunday afternoon. Of course, we've got all the other exciting things happening for you. Penguin Beach is going to follow just after this. And then, of course, Animal Bingo, which will follow straight after Penguin Beach. And the victor remains to be seen. I'm sure everyone will be rather competitive, wanting to take home the crown in the various locations that they come to you from. So it'll be interesting to see who is the victor there. Looks like these Ellies are having a conversation of some form and degree. But yeah, it has been a fantastic Saturday. Really, really awesome. Lots going on. Lovely elephant sightings today. And it's been fantastic just to spend this last hour or so with the Ellies here in Mashatu. Quite a relaxing way to close out at the beginning of an afternoon. But from all of us here at Escape to Nature, MCs, directors, tech, camera operators and naturalists, thank you very much for tuning in today. Do stay tuned for another episode of Escape to Nature tomorrow morning at 8:30 CAT. And obviously have a fantastic afternoon and evening wherever you are. If it is morning there, happy morning to you, and I hope you have a very great Saturday as well. So enjoy your weekends, everyone. Don't forget to stay tuned and tune in again tomorrow. Thanks again, and thanks to all the wonderful wildlife. Have a wonderful afternoon, and cheerio.